All right, thank you for joining us so much, Still Fade, for session 40.
Woo!
Raise the roof.
Raise the
Let's
roof.
go.
All right, so recap. Where are we at? Well, where do you think we're at? We're here to make the muddies, baby. The muddies. Session 39, we spent some time in the Grand Library. We had a council representative from Lathan, right? That's kind of who works there. Council representatives in terms of like individuals from the council hall, probably an office of some kind, right? Randall, they helped us get some information based on this war between Celestials and stuff. Yet to type that out in terms of a lore posting and things. Busy last week working on some other things, so get that typed up. But right now, it's not too relevant for what's happening, what will be happening this session here today. So the other part of this, we went to House Fortune Favor. Like I said, we spent some time just in the city before we had to attend the Coliseum for the group competition in the morning. We laid down some hefty gold with a 5-to-1 odds, right? And we will potentially get a 287,500 gold piece payout, which is exceptional. So we know that some of that is going to have to go to Bruga because you're being sponsored by them. But regardless of that, it's looking pretty good. So you have support here from a House Coularez individual. Keel. They've been providing poultice treatments and stuff for between the round. We're at round 2. In round 1, you accomplished that within 5 rounds, which is 30 seconds. So fantastic job. Definitely the lead at this point, but they can't really tell you that. You're getting that slight vibe from the crowd as they're cheering you on, giving thanks. A lot of things are happening. A lot of love here. Without further ado, we're going to get started with our combat in round 2. We have slain one of these creatures already, so there appears to be 2 that have made presence so far. And one of the creatures is slain. Their body lays between Maldor and Thanos, and they seem to have some burrowing as they're going into the sand and revealing themselves from the sand. They have showcased that they are huge-sized creatures with draconic faces and eyes, these different colored scales. There's obviously 2 different colors of them. But they all have very similar breaths that they're kind of breathing outwards of lightning as it begins to scatter around and fills in this kind of static-like cloud. It's very, very strong in terms of the damage it's doing, armor and other things. It's scary and all of that. Now, the creature also has a tail whipping around. They've showcased that. So the aura-like effect going through some of these things that we have on. We got a Shield of Faith happening right now. Shield, Mage Armor, Pass Out Trace. Maldor stepped away, so you have from that, but you have Haste on, you got Bless on, Bardic Inspiration on. So there's a lot of things happening in terms of a lot of these effects. So hopefully we have a good rest of our combat. We're in round 2 only. And yeah. Good. Get some battle music started up. Yeah, this is fun, right?
Not too bad. Less than 12 full seconds and we already killed one of these things.
Yeah.
It's the other one's turn, though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's fine, because it's not like the squishies walked in the direction of it or anything.
We don't know where it's
You're
at.
the only one who can see it, though.
Yeah, I can't see it anymore. It's not showing for me. Oh yeah, because my passive went down because my because I'm exhausted.
Because you're exhausted. Your passive went down. That's very true. You weren't seeing it originally. I was pointing it out to you. So as we now come to the creature's turn, you don't see any shifting of sand. There's a slight rubble within the earth, but that's pretty much in a full circle around you. So you're just having a kind of euphoric sense that's still in presence, it's still around. You know, you feel it, but you just can't see it. You don't know where it is in terms of distance and position from you all. Varus, you're up next.
I'm going to bonus action, take a potion of greater healing.
Chomping the potion. Like it, cracking the crystal vial or the cork, throwing it down. 14 points coming to you.
And then I have a question about how this would work and if it can work. So could I use prestidigitation to make the sound of footsteps on the stand?
I don't know how. I'm going to give you this with your passive intelligence. I think that you, as a character, would understand that presentation would not have too much of a similar or strong effect as a humanoid footprint. So if
Okay.
your intention is to be like, oh, I'm over here and
Yeah.
stop the sand with presentation, I don't think you can have enough force with that spell to emulate that.
Okay. I want to try and be not at the forefront of anything, so
Mm-hmm.
I'll like move over here.
Okay.
And then with the new rules, if I hold a spell, I lose concentration. That's how that works.
Right. If you well, this is traditional rules. I just wanted to make sure that they were iterated. If you're going to hold a spell that is going to use your reaction, and then if the trigger doesn't go off, your spell is cast already. So you're technically what you're doing is you're casting the spell, but you're holding the release of it. And so
But it
if you
won't
don't,
drop my concentration
what are you
on
currently
haste.
concentrating on?
Haste.
If
On me.
are you trying to use a concentrated spell?
No.
Then no, you're good. Concentrate yeah, it's always 1-to-1 with concentration. You can only concentrate one spell at a time. So if what's your spell that you're wanting to hold?
Oh, yeah. I was gonna hold a gravity sinkhole
A gravity
and just
sinkhole, and
wait till it appears.
you're just basically saying when it pops up, I'm going to use gravity sinkhole on it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then that would be my turn.
Tegan, you're up, round 3.
Right.
Sorry, chewing. 1 second. I'm going to. I'm going to take my full 30 and just kind of spread out a little bit. And I think all I'm going to do right now is probably hold a hypnotic pattern for when it pops up.
Okay. Thanos?
I am going to hold a fairy fire for when it pops up. And that will be the end of my turn.
All right, Melvin, you're up.
All right, well, continuing with the theme of spreading out, Maldor is going to very loudly run this way. He's hasted, so he's going to go pretty far.
Okay.
Echo's going to come out a little bit. And then he's just going to hold a mind sliver if this thing appears.
Okay, Lucar, you're up next.
I'm gonna look around and very gingerly step next to Varys and cast a heal. Because I'm cleric now.
You're going to cast a heal, or you're going to lay on hands?
I'll probably...
I'm not saying a heal spell, because that is outside of your repertoire.
Well, it would
I
be
have
like
cure
a-
wounds.
Yeah.
Not the heal spell.
There's a
There's
spell
a
called-
spell
yeah,
called
yeah.
heal, which
Yeah,
is
yeah.
70
Literally
flat
does
HP.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have cure wounds. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'll probably lay on hands, give him, like... How much are you missing?
I'm at 42 of 60.
So I'll give him 15.
Okay. Varys, I'll let you put that in your character sheet.
And then I'm going to gingerly step this way. And in my turn.
This is where the creature decides it doesn't give a damn and we lose all of these spells.
All right. Varys, you're up next. Your healed spell did not go off. Gravity sequel is expended.
Let's see. I mean, I don't really want to do anything crazy because we don't know where it's at. So yeah, I'm just gonna end my turn.
All right, Tegan, you're up next. Round 4.
I expended the spell slot. I think I'll just kind of yell out. I was like, and be like, we got to get this thing's attention or else it's not coming up. I got a way to stop it, but we got to get it above ground. Kind of move out the edge towards here. And I guess I'm going to hold another hypnotic pattern. I got spell slots to burn, and it's high risk, high reward, so.
All right, Thanos, you're up next.
Alright, getting rid of the spell slot for the held. Man, this thing really didn't come out, huh? Can I take my action to look around for it?
Roll perception.
God damn
8,
it.
natural
Oh,
1.
One in
Looking
the
around from being
19.
exhausted. You're looking around trying to see as best as you can, but slight mirages in the sand, the rain falling down, creating rainbow-like effects. Just too difficult to see where this might end up being.
Alright, well, I'm gonna walk this way then.
Paso Trace will be lost. The rest of your party here.
Yep, that's fine. Somebody's got to bait it out, so I'm just gonna take it away from them.
Team player Thanos.
And I will end my turn because my action was to look around, right? So yeah.
Yeah, your action was perception. Aldor, you're up next.
All right, well, it worked last time. So same as before, he's just going to shout, "Show yourself, beast!" And he's going to cast Booming Blade on his axe and just slam it into the ground as hard as he can.
Okay.
Actually, I might have to roll. I think that buffed the weapon. Hold on.
Doesn't buff the weapon, it's a back row rolled. So it'll prompt when you're attacking something. Doesn't do
So I
anything.
can just turn it off. Okay. Anyway, and he's just slammed the ground, and yeah, that's going to end his turn.
Okay. Lucar, you're up next.
Yeah, I'm just gonna try to perceive, I guess. Look
Okay.
around, see if I see anything.
Go ahead and make a perception roll, please.
If I can find it.
17. As you're scanning the sand and the ground, trying to do the best you can, you are able to observe a shift in the sand very close to Tegan. Seems to be a tail that kind of comes up just a little bit, sliding through the sand over in that general direction.
Okay, can I just yell it out, point at it, and end my turn?
You have 6, well, one line worth of saying. Yeah, just yell it out.
Over there!
Over
Point
there.
with a cat.
she blows!
There she blows!
After learning how to be a pirate, yeah.
Fucking sick. Fucking sick.
All right.
Sorry.
So, Lucar, you can move.
Oh, duh. Yeah, okay.
What? I'm gonna give you the. I'm gonna retcon. I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt. It's like
Duh.
it's over there. She blows. Not moving on.
Yes, okay, I'll take my
Well, he doesn't want to be
towards
near it.
Tegan.
It's just
That
like,
would be what Tegan would do.
Are you
for sure.
kidding me? The
Over
Bane of
there.
Barathun is practically whistling in my hand right now. All right, there we go.
So, ending turn. Go ahead. Are we ready? All right. The shifting in sand as the creature is going to move under the earth. Tegan, you can feel it rumbling in your general direction. As it does, it is going to sprout from the air in space right in front of you. So the whole upper torso kind of comes upwards and the claws kind of come downwards, this draconic-like form. You do have a hold. You're the only one who has held another. It looks like another hypnotic pattern, which is going to go
Yep.
off upon seeing the creature emerge.
Please.
Does that still make you all target?
I believe in you.
Yep.
Yep.
That's awesome. Well, at least it goes through. That's nice. Okay. I have to lose smart target, everybody. I have to go bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Does anybody have a front to that? Does anyone have any problems with that? If I remove smart target?
What does that even do?
That's
It just
the-
puts the portrait instead of the dot.
The big crosshair and the little portrait at the top left.
Oh,
No, it's all right.
that's fine.
It's fine. Okay.
That
I'm
means
going to go ahead and
we'll do
remove
it.
it because I don't want to have any issues today. So I'm just going to axe it.
No issues.
I might do a refresh here for everybody, so just be forewarned.
Oh no, we all died to the dragon.
Nobody died.
My hypnotic pattern
I just
doesn't
really
say
don't want what happened last night to happen again. So I'm just removing any possible conflicting with this. and
Nobody
everything.
died. Calm
Axing all the
down.
modules. We're gonna literally go to Core Foundry, baby. No automation, no nothing.
Just raw
preemptive
dog it.
measures.
That was how I
What?
used to play.
We're gonna
One of
we're
my
gonna play like
friends.
the good Lord intended. And by the good Lord, I mean the developers. All right. So with the DC 20 hypnotic pattern, you see as the creature looks upon you, and as you throw off your dazzling light effect, begins to speak Draconic at your general direction, Tegan, right when it emerged. And it basically says in Draconic to you as it slurps the slithery snake-like tongue. Where is my master, Trescal? And as you send out the hypnotic pattern, it gets hit by it and falls under the incapacitation and the charm.
Oh no.
Does Tegan speak Draconic?
Eris, you're up next.
Okay, so I can tell it's charmed, right?
Well, you can understand that it didn't attack, nor did it go back into the sand. So I think that you can get an idea that something has happened to it from Tegan exploding this dazzling fairy light effect in like a large cube space with their hand outstretched. Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna shift over, and knowing that our best chance to take it out is to probably gang up and attack it all at once. I don't want to break this charm state. I'm gonna hold a blight spell for it, and end my turn.
What's the trigger?
I'll go when Maldor swings. I'll release the blight spell.
Okay.
Or I'll do Lucar, actually. When Lucar swings, I'll release the blight spell, because Maldor
Okay.
might not make it in time.
Okay.
That'll be it.
All right. Tegan, so your hold has come off. You can see them in the stupor. They're half their body's still kind of in the sandish, so it's just going to be half upper torso, dorsal as well, swaying from side to side.
So I just straight up heard him say that to me.
In Draconic, which I'm looking into your languages here.
No.
You do not speak, so you don't know what it said to you.
Okay. Well, I will having some trouble loading back in, but I will hold my action to bonk it over the head with the staff.
Okay.
Staff bomb.
What's the trigger again? Like we're holding actions, but we have to have triggers, right?
Right.
So we have to understand when it's happening.
When I'll do when either Lucor or Maldor swing at it.
Lucor, you got to state one.
Lucor.
All right. You do know that the creature did speak to you before attacking. So it actually came up, or it could have been under the sand and like wrapped its tail around you, but it actually intentionally came up and then spoke at you. So I will give you that. So your hold action is to attack with your staff, the staff of warding.
Yes.
Okay. Upon Lucar swinging. Okay. I'll go ahead and end your turn since you're having some back end issues here. No issues. Worries. All right. Thanos, you're up next.
I'm going to drop concentration on passive other trace and cast. Where's the spell at? Oh, I lost my bar. All right, that's fine. I don't use the bar anyway. I'm going to
If
cast.
you lost,
Hunter.
yeah, if you lost your bar, you can refresh. Sometimes it happens when you come back into the server. It has a problem.
Okay. That's fine. I usually use the character sheet anyway. I'm going to
Works,
cast
yes.
Hunter's Mark on it.
Okay.
Oh, that was a leveled spell. Son of a bitch. I guess I'm just going to shoot it for my 2 actions. All I can do.
Okay. I think this version of Hunter's Mark will still work. I know there's an updated version of it, so we're going to find out. Looks like it's...
Why was that at disadvantage?
I know why it's a disadvantage. Because I put in a range thing on MIDI.
Oh.
I'm going to change your crossbow. That's fine.
I was
But
about
it
to
doesn't
say,
have
does
a-
it also show that it's prone?
It's not supposed to be prone right now.
Incapacitated is the
Yeah.
hunched
Yeah,
over
so-
Oh,
person.
that's incapacitated. Okay.
Give me 1 second. What I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to change your ranges.
On my bow.
Yeah, so it's 120 out of 120, so it's no longer going to roll with the disadvantage. There's a rangefinder now with MIDI during their update, so I put that on because it's kind of convenient. So if it goes outside of the weapon's range, it automatically does disadvantage, but it can't compute that with sharpshooter right now. So it looks like the Hunter's Mark also didn't go off, so give me 1 second. I'm going to remove that.
Yeah,
And
say, I
I'm gonna
wonder if
get
it didn't go off because it registered as not hitting.
Yeah, because it would have been a miss because of the
Well,
disadvantage.
I looked at the workflow, it errored out, so
Oh,
that's what
okay.
I'm going off
That's
of.
fair.
I'm putting in this other one. This one's the newer version of it. So this one should be good to go. And that's not always prepared, right? That's just a prepared spell.
Yeah.
Okay. So go
Also-
ahead. I'm going to put a spell slot back on. You can go ahead and cast it again on. Cool. And then you can manually roll that damage for me because the 11 plus your modifiers. Let's see.
Put it at a 16.
That's what it looks like on my screen. 16 is going to hit.
Okay. So D6.
27 from the base damage, and then an additional 5 points of damage.
Yep.
Okay.
And then I will shoot it again for my last attack.
Nice.
All right. Critical hit for this second attack here. 45 and 11, total of 56 points of damage dealt as you aim into the head. The creature is no longer incapacitated and charmed for the first attack, but it doesn't have any consequence in the second attack.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna end my turn here.
All right, ending turn. Maldory up next.
These bloody beasts don't listen. He's yeah, all right. So the Echo is gonna take its movement. And then we are gonna rope a dope.
I'm ready. Go.
Just gonna kill the Echo anyway, but that requires 15 feet of movement, which should leave me with 45 from the haste, which puts me there. Now we're gonna chop chop.
The car's really not gonna get to hit a dragon.
That would be wild.
Your first attack is a 14. That is going to miss as you come swinging the loot through. Now the creature's no longer incapacitated, pulls its kind of torso back. It recognizes the swing of that axe, the enchantment of Dragon Slayer upon it. As it does, it kind of begins to speak draconic direction of you as well, saying Dragon Slayer. Secondary attack.
Jesus, he's gonna get to hit it. That's fine.
Wow.
Wow.
That's going to be a miss.
So is
And you
Tegan,
have
don't
the-
worry.
And then you have the hasted action to use as well.
Oh, that's right. I do have one more. I almost forgot about that.
Crit,
Try this
crit,
again.
crit.
That was close.
Oh,
All right, so 28 is going to hit, 36 points of damage, and then roll 2d6 for the Dragon Slaying enchantment. All right, so we have 36 from the base weapon die, and then we have a 9 additional from the enchantment. So as you see it, like it's kind of coming back and forth, like swing from left to right, kind of dodge your attacks. And then it kind of slaps it down a little bit low, and you come through one of its actual haunches of its like leg. And as you kind of come through the scales and come through, the blade begins to like soak the blood of the dragon into the blade. Pulls from the strength of it.
And that's going to end his turn.
All right, Lucar, you're up next.
Okay, I'm going to step up here next to Tegan, slowly, with the Bane of Barathun, like, resting on my pauldron over my shoulder. I'm going to put a hand on Tegan's shoulder, and I'm going to translate what it said.
Okay.
What? It's with the Colossus. They want us to kill.
And yeah, I mean, I guess I'm just gonna kind of cock my head at him and like a question, like, you know, look at the Bane of Barathun, like, all right, should I end this? Should I kill it? What do you want me to do? All unspoken, because I could only say 6 words.
So I just kind of put my hand up and I just say, "Do it."
Do it. Unlimited.
Do it.
Do it.
Okay.
We already killed one.
I look the thing in the eyes and cock my head. Lift the Bane over my head.
Coming for a swing. 16 is not going to land. Sees the creature pulls back and slithers and speaks Draconic. It simply states, the Bane of Barathun.
Can I smack him?
I was gonna say, my blight will go off.
I look at
One.
I look at Tegan again, raise my eyebrows, and then go in front of the swing.
You said after Lucar hits. Lucar hasn't
Oh.
hit.
Oh,
That is
You
no.
have got to be kidding
what?
me.
I think
you
Varys
do-
said swing and Tegan said hit. To be
yes, very good say swing.
It doesn't. I'm just giving you both shit.
Okay.
All right, 22 hits with the staff.
if he kills him
spell
with the
coming
staff,
off.
that's where-
I was gonna say, imagine if he kills with the staff and not.
All right, so the staff is going to deal
Damn.
3 points of damage. The blight spell, they're going to have a success. They're going to have the 52.
That's nasty.
Bro, you rolled so well. 3 8s and 3 7s.
They're going to take
Yeah,
26 points of damage as the pestilence begins to eat upon them, chewing through some of the lacerations of the wounds that have already been dealt. The bolts of the crossbows inside of the head cavities. That's the end of combat.
Yeah.
Holy
I'll
shit!
just
Did I do that? This staff is fucking awesome.
to flavor the blight spell too, because flip it over. Whenever I casted it, you would have seen Varys like point at it, and then his eyes just go like dark black. Yeah,
Nice.
sweet.
All right, well, everyone puts on fanfare. Thanos is gonna go start carving chunks out of this this one over here.
Didn't they specifically tell us not to do that?
Did they?
I think they
Oh.
meant
It
in the
was-
singles.
It was unclear if that was people only or also. The
Yeah, I
players.
thought it was just people.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Can I sending our boy and ask him if we can carve these things up?
Dude,
LOL.
You calling for Keel? Is that what you're...
Yeah.
He's
Cut
sending
a
for
cut a
Keel.
piece.
The drag. So you see the
Hey,
old
Keel!
dragonborn, right? Begin to come onto the battlefield. The crowd still cheering and things. People start coming out to clear the bodies out. They look towards you lot. What is it?
Can we harvest these things or no?
No, you cannot.
That's no fun.
Draco lizard ribeye on the
The
menu
bodies
tonight,
are to be
boys.
cleared. We have to continue with competition. We're on a tight schedule. You can't just
Can we
sit here
take them
for
with us?
minutes.
Can we buy the body? Like,
Souvenirs.
can I
You
come
might be
back?
able to. You might be able to approach Kulrez if you are to win this competition as another reward, in addition to the grand prize. If you are
That's a good
wanting
idea.
the parts of the creatures, but for now we must clear the battlefield. Come.
You're so smart.
You're so smart. You worked here.
Did you guys see a
So
fire
smart.
light up in
So
Thanos'
smart.
eyes? He's like, I now have to win. That's all I can make with all that dragon.
Keel, this is why you get paid the big bucks.
This is why I get paid. This is why Keel gets paid. The biggest of bucks.
I'm gonna look at Tegan as we're walking off the field and be like, can we talk about how
I don't know what you want me to say to you. Just we already killed one of them. He was looking at me. I don't know if he was gonna attack me. Triskel's not gonna know. Probably.
And before
know
it's
he's got
Tresgol,
some-
we have to fight in the final round.
Mhm.
Child support issues because he doesn't know where his kids are. But like,
Child support issues. He doesn't know his kids. That's awesome. So Keel
Wait,
is
did we
going to
just
escort
murder
you.
his kids.
So at the drums, kind of in the distance, that begins to slightly subside. Keel is just ushering you through. There's a large amount of cleanup crew for this. These creatures are large, can be hefty in terms of weight as well. So these can be quite difficult to clean up. So there's a lot of crew and individuals coming out even from this rampart to aid and facilitate that. You then come into the gathering within the kind of holding chamber that we know so well. This long rectangular table, so there's just less people at this point, given the fight and the competition has passed through. Now, you all have accomplished this round in dramatic fashion. Round 2 has been accomplished within, again, the similar time frame. So 5 rounds, which equates to roughly 30 seconds of fighting. Heal is going to offer 2d8 for healing if anybody wants it.
How are you, Maldor?
I'm down about 20.
So
You can
11,
take him.
11 points goes towards Maldor here. So you can put that into your character sheet. And then sits you down, gets a tankard of ale themselves, and just sits down to the bench after applying the poultices. Gives you a little bit of a kind of a rap sheet of that you did significantly well. Crowd is forever in your favor. And we have one more round left. And it's supposed to be very challenging. So hopefully you all will find yourselves. Find your mettle. And stand tall to become grand champions.
how many teams usually complete the last round alive?
To be fair with you, most of the groups that succeed in the last round, maybe a third of them.
Understood.
Right now, there's probably about 12, 13 groups still. A lot of them are wounded, right? So they might not compete in the third round. They might just be disqualified at that point, not be able to fight.
Well, maybe in this final round, I'll fucking hit something.
What do you mean? Didn't you? Oh no, you didn't get to hit.
That's right.
You did get to swing that time.
Yeah, the Bane looked like it was so powerful calling you defeat it that it was almost paining you.
Something like that.
I'm trying to help you out, buddy. Just fucking go with it.
Something like that.
It cut so clean, we just couldn't see it. It just,
Yeah. You cut through space and time.
I'm gonna shrug and then I'm gonna walk over to Keel. I am fairly awkwardly.
Keel's at the table with you, sitting on the long rectangular table with wooden benches right now. So they're sitting
Okay.
with you after grabbing.
So I'm just gonna
tankard of
eye him
ale.
very awkwardly, and then I'm going to say, when we win this, can we speak somewhere?
I don't know what you're inferring, but yes, we can speak somewhere.
I said
In
speak.
Well, in private, or is this more or less
Yes.
in public? Privately speaking.
Yes.
Sure, we can do that.
I have questions.
Questions. I can answer those for you. Perhaps in the compound of Kulrez we can speak. There's some chamber that I have. We can meet there.
I'll just nod and grunt.
Nod and grunt.
Nod
I
and
love it.
That's a double confirmation.
It's like a hat on a hat.
God, those,
Nodding
things
and
hit,
grunting.
those lizard things hit like a fucking truck.
That was rather unpleasant.
Can we talk about how badass they probably think I am taking that blast?
That's true.
Yeah.
It didn't seem to bother you at all.
Well, you know.
I mean, in the grand scheme of things, that lightning blast also didn't look like it bothered you that much.
And it was rather unpleasant.
Yeah, that's fair.
I would prefer not to get electrocuted.
Have you guys tried just not getting hit? Maybe if you would stand still and stop moving around so much.
If I
Felt
didn't
like-
move around, the thing never would have come out from under the ground.
Well, I'm more referring to the maker of light here who stepped on it.
Yeah, this coming.
I literally could not see it, but you know, that's my bad.
This coming
Walked
from the
into that
man
one, pal.
who was getting
Walked into
absorbed
that
by
one.
jellies and carried
I was
off
about to
by
say,
a
didn't you
bat and
jump
all of
into
the
a-
above.
Acid cube? Like,
I
Well,
have
from
since
from
learned my
another
lesson, and I thought you had learned your lesson watching. Well, I guess you didn't see, so yeah, that's
That's,
fair.
yeah, no, we only
couldn't
heard
see
the
it.
stories.
Well, now everyone has learned the lesson. If you don't know, don't move.
I don't know. I always heard in combat it was a good thing to stay on the move. You know, don't let your opponents zero you in. But that seems...
Yeah, that doesn't work when they set a trap.
Yeah, fair enough.
We've all seen Jurassic Park. Everybody knows they can't see you if you don't move.
Hmm.
They really can't when you're in, pass without a trace.
What do you think we're going to fight next?
I don't know. I really hope it doesn't involve me using my ability again, because
I was about
That's
to
right,
say,
yeah.
how are you feeling after that?
like I need to go to the blacksmith.
No,
Is that
Is that how
the
you
euphemism?
always feel?
That is pretty much how I always.
Thanos,
It's very relaxing.
this is an intervention.
You gotta stop smithing.
That hammer's taken over your life.
also what
Yeah,
you
but
did to
it-
that
it
thing
made
was
this
totally
thing.
overkill.
I mean, look, I just saw it blast lightning, and I was not up for being next on the.
Did you guys see
Tremendous.
what the fucking staff did to that thing? It like started like withering away. It was fucking crazy.
That's not how the staff works, Tegan.
You saw it. I fucking hit it and it started crumpling to the ground.
He did hit it. I was standing right there.
Yeah, but I
It's
casted a blight spell on it.
Blight?
Likely story, Wizard.
You
boy.
should have just let him have this. He's never going to kill anything again. You're a wizard. You're going to kill lots of things.
Wait, what did you ask, Tegan?
I've killed plenty of things in defense of you, no less, Thanos.
Oh yeah, he did save you from the man-eating robots. Remember?
Yes, but now you're a man of the staff.
I'm gonna touch the rapier at his hip and be like, "Why do you keep hitting things with that glorified stick when you have this?"
That's what I'm
Did you
wondering.
see what it did to the dragon?
Alright. You're gonna get yourself killed if you keep thinking it's gonna do that.
He's gonna lose his
The
mind.
powers of this staff are yet to be discovered. Varys couldn't unlock its true potential, but I will.
Can we talk about that glorious drum playing you were doing though?
Dude, honestly, I don't know why I haven't tried this before.
Yeah, no, it's true.
These things are fucking good.
You're also very quickly self-taught. Like, you've had them for like,
It's almost
Less
like I
than a
was
week.
born to do it.
yeah.
Or
Yeah.
like the drums are magic, but
No, I don't. Well, maybe. I mean, they definitely are, but
You know, we can believe that the drums are magic and the staff killed that dragon. You know, we could just believe what we want at this point.
I mean, those are two just facts that you said.
If you'd like, I could teach you a belly dance you can do while you
A belly dance.
bang these.
Are you
drums.
telling me that there was a clan of Dragonborn that belly danced in the mountains?
Pretty sick.
I'm not telling
Do you
you.
think we have time
That
to
sounds
play
like a
a
party,
game of
honestly.
Honestly,
Dragon
you'd be
Chess
like
Lucar?
a giant man-killing disco ball.
I'm
It makes sense if you
quite
think about it.
beautiful.
Oh, yeah. Also, when we're done, there was a development during that bout that Lucar had clued me in on. We need to have a conversation as a group, but it's nothing important. I don't think. Probably not. Nothing crazy.
It
Yeah.
developed in the middle of the battle.
Yeah, it was more of a realization.
Yeah, that we just murdered the spawn of Tresgall.
That was a lot to just throw out there.
Well, they were dragons. Ish.
Oh, so you're
It's-
saying they're gonna make as good of armor as what you're wearing?
I was about to say, I mean, lightning, draconic beast. Is it too far to believe that it could be Trezgo's spawn?
No, according to Lucar, when it tried to talk to me, it literally said
Oh,
their master Tresgall.
Oh, they
Tresgall
just
deserves
Where,
to be
where is my
as the
map?
sentimental sort.
yeah.
I don't think so either. Which is like he's not gonna find out, and what he doesn't know won't kill him.
And also, why would he care?
Yeah, he's definitely not gonna find out when we march in there with me also wearing lightning dragon
Also,
armor now.
I'm pretty sure he's already dead, so I don't know if he has feelings.
Tegan, please make an intelligence saving throw.
Oh God.
He's been listening this whole time.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Lucar, do you want to play Dragon Chess while we're waiting for the next battle?
Yeah, I'll kick your ass. Let's go.
All right.
This is
Voice overwhelms your mind very briefly. Slight roar. We are connected, you and I.
Hey, boss. That was- So, excuse me. I'm gonna go talk to my magic flying friend, and I'll get up from the table. Gotta go in the corner, and telepathically just be like, "Listen, we're in this Coliseum. If you've been listening, you know these two draconic beasts were captured and put in this Coliseum. One had tried to reach out to me. If there's two here, there's a bunch more. They seem to be your spawn or your underlings. I don't know what they are. I'm not gonna lie to you. They got put down. I don't know how many have died. I don't know how many are alive still here, but the whole deal is that they capture them, and a lot of them, and they put them in the Coliseum versus groups.
Herald, I task with you. Release them.
You got it.
Oh, better yet. They will not survive the journey home. Not with what lies for them. I will give you a chance to negotiate the release. So they can properly be sent home. Protected. But if they are not, I will come.
Round 3.
Good luck.
For me or for them?
Them.
Okay, because listen, like I said, we're on the same side here. I'll try my best. I'm not gonna not try my best. We got a good thing going here, and I don't want to fuck that up. And honestly,
I
I respect the hell
understand.
out of you.
We are connected. I feel your emotions. We are bonded. My servants, they were most likely roamed free from Torval Pass, where my lair once lay. I have now begun to make a new lair, and I will have great use of these servants once more. They are very powerful creatures, spurred and made just like I, long ago. Ancestors are intertwined. You would do well to negotiate their release and return home to the desert.
To be honest with you, I don't think it'd be that far fetched to get it to happen. So I'll see what I can do. I'll try my best. You know I will.
I understand. And remember, if you are not successful, I will come.
Hey, dude. Honestly,
And
it's just
I
me and
will
you.
take them home.
Just me and you right now. It is what it is.
I care not for petty riches.
Honestly, I don't have a problem with you going crazy on these guys. What they're doing, not very morally good. Just like, can you try to avoid civilian casualties as much as possible? That'd be appreciated. If worst comes to worst, you know.
For you, maybe.
I appreciate that. We got some preparation to do, but it's good talking to you, and I will get that done to the best of my ability.
Luck by him.
Always a
This leaves
pleasure.
you.
Yeah, Tresgall's cool. We need to talk after though. So, but
What
we're
did you
cool.
just do?
I just Blair Witched in the corner and telepathically talked to my dragon dad.
Cool.
And now I just sit back down and say, we're cool. We just got some shit to talk about after. So, on round 3. Does anybody else need healing? I can top people off.
No, I just need to know what check I need to make to kick Lucar's ass in dragon checks.
Just flat intelligence if you
That's
don't
just
have any.
intelligence.
Okay.
Yeah, if you're
intelligent.
not proficient in it.
There we go.
Damn.
15.
Finally matched your meat.
Got him.
Didn't you look
Nat-
Tresgall up
nat-
too?
Matched
Bro,
meat?
Tresgall whooped his ass every time.
Yeah. Steroid chest.
I'm gonna look Varys up and down and be like, we don't match meat.
Oh, God.
Thanos is like, I don't get it.
I'm more confused as to why Lucar keeps playing this game that he keeps losing.
God, if I chrono shift just to win that game, I thought about it for a second. I was like, do I lose? Will I make myself win?
I make myself win. Oh, that's funny.
If you would have chrono shifted and still lose, though, that would have been.
That would have been the best outcome.
I would say 2 out of 3, but we don't have time.
So at this juncture, it's a kind of a waiting game for the rest of the groups to go through round 2, and then proceed into round 3. So very similar result to the other previous groups that kind of went through round 2. Difficult, right? This is it's very hard facing these two creatures. It's not really about killing them. It's more about how much damage they deal in the time that it takes to kill them. right? So these individuals are coming back, and some of them have like they're singed, like their skin is like completely wrecked and torched. The armor has melted on to the flesh, and they're screaming in pain from being like limbless from certain times. So the groups have been hit pretty significantly this last bit of the round. And as time has passed by, we now enter into round 3. And the crowd noise at this stage is becoming less and less and less, really just kind of a murmur in the background, the hammering of the blacksmith, who's doing work on the armor of some of these individuals to try to get them up to speed so they could possibly fight and get going. Blacksmiths are really hard at work here. Others are collecting armaments and things, looking at possibly salvaging materials from them if they're not claimed. So they're having almost like a first dibs at this point. And it's kind of a vulture, a little bit of like a vulture thing happening with some of the blacksmiths and seeing the pile up of the armor, the bodies and such. Then nearby, the actual southwestern rampart that leads up to the Cheapside auction. So it's getting a little bit hard to watch for some of you, probably. Obviously, Maldor, probably not. This is just wartime, bodies piling up, maybe.
Mhm.
Right. So you can be rubbed a way depending on your backstory and such, or who your characters are. Why I'm saying this and why I'm making this detail, because as time's passed now, the start of round 3, and the fanfare and the drums and the entrance of those groups don't return alive. They're returning dead. Parts full of their bodies are coming back in droves. Their representatives assigned to them doing the best they can to try to give them healing in terms of sustaining or stabilizing their life, but they are not being brought back. These house healers, they don't have proper they're clerics, right? They don't have any sort of resurrection spells or anything like that. It's not what they're capable of. So, and from the different variety of wounds, you're seeing bits and pieces of them that are almost like vaporized, just like gone. You're seeing some of them in turn to hard rock, others burned off. It's like a variety of different wounds that these people are sustaining. And just by looking at them, from the faces, they appear to be terrified, frightened, or they die. The emotion still frozen on their faces. Eventually, the blacksmith ceases, as it's coming near time for you all to walk in. The rest of the groups that remain, which is only a small handful, are silent. A golden dragon walks in from the northern tunnel where you all entered in originally into this holding chamber. The golden dragonborn currently looks eerily similar and might very well be the same one that you have observed within the large balcony box on the northern side between the middle of the grandstands separating from the top and the middle end. This very well might be Gulrez described. And from the fact of the representatives lowering their heads and just bowing a little bit to give a sign of respect, it would suggest this is. And aided to that is the accompaniment of House Guard, nearing 24 as they begin to fill into the space. This is a 7'2" tall gold dragonborn with old golden scales and beautiful fan lower cheekbone accents. They have twin curved horns and golden yellow eyes with a strong brow line. Wearing a beautiful piece of studded leather over a beige and golden silk tunic. They have matching Tarker tan bracers with golden and silver studs, many rings of gold and silver with precious stones, and they have a black sash that covers the back of their belt with a scimitar and a short sword on either side. They wear a loose-fitting beige and golden accented trousers, working their way into sandals. They begin to work out with a hawk or a raven hybrid, maybe a familiar of sorts on the shoulder. Perhaps it's just a companion. Work outwards in the direction, kind of the center point of the room. People begin kind of gathering, those at tables just turning their heads. You all have done quite well in this competition. You all deserve respect, honor for what you have accomplished. What lies ahead of you is a challenge that no other seems to have faced. Creature that has been a quite worthy opponent. I've come down here to wish you all good luck, strength, and that the crowd and the joy you give them is unparalleled. Looks left and looks right. May fortune be forever in your favor. Bows their head. They begin to walk out the northern tunnel as they came with the guard. There's a pause before the next group is called. Then they are called. They do not return. Then you all are up. Keel is with you. You can hear the sounds of the fanfare. In the distance, the cheer of the Colosseum. You're brought through on the southern rampart.
Spread out. We don't want to get surprised again like last time.
I'm going to have it pause. Lucar, I'm going to move you in your final move position. Tegan, where are you at?
I'd say in the middle of everyone, a little behind. I'm still loading in at the moment.
I'm going to wait for you to load in. This is your final movements of your tokens. I've moved you already. You can see it's lagging behind for you. So I'm going to put you here. Is that an accurate position, or do you want to be differently? I can unpause it now if you want to move yourself.
That is
Up to you.
Man, it moved me back. I'm confused. Okay, there we go. Yeah, that's fine.
It's up to you where you want to be, because you're slow to load in, and I have a timer set basically for people to move their tokens when they finally get loaded in. So, opportunity to make a final
I'll go here.
Okay. So, the drums have yet to cease playing, and the gong has yet to even start. And you hear a snarl and a movement from some creature from the northern rampart, and this cries scream from potentially house guard that control the levers of that rampart. The rampart swings open. A large orbish creature that's hovering in 10 feet in the air comes hovering out, snarling its teeth with one central large eye and many tentacles wrapping around it. As it yells outwards, screams into the air. I will kill you, chosen ones, and eat your bones. I am spawn of Balrugar, ally to Damodar, and your final end. Everyone to roll initiatives.
Your daddy wants you dead, bitch.
It should have just been the one that Maldor put down. It should have just. Daddy.
Daddy, why? I love it. All right, Tegan, let's get your initiative rolled on. Okay. So as that happens, the drums just cut off, and then the gong like plays like super fast. The crowd is cheering. They're giving thanks. They're giving love. A lot of things are happening all at once, and combat is going to start up right now. Varys, you're up first.
Yep. I'll take a little bit of movement forward just so I can reach the dude. I think I can reach from here. Yeah, I can. And I'm going to fireball him.
Okay. So you're going to throw out a fireball?
Yep.
Okay. So it's at this point, as you throw out your fireball, as your fireball enters in, you can see that it hits into an anti-magic field, and the fireball stops and is dispelled. It's at this point that I'm going to throw down the actual effect for said cone from the central eye as it extends in your vicinity.
So if it goes into the anti-magic field, it's gone.
Correct. Any spell that goes in or any spell that exists within the anti-magic field is gone. You throw out your hand in the direction of the field. The fireball sends a seed outwards before it hits in and then explodes. It's how a fireball. It's not necessarily a projectile, but it still has to launch into that area of effect and then explode. That central eye is looking there, throwing down an effect to represent said cone. Understand now that this creature can dispel all magic that's in front of it. 150-foot cone. So it's verticality as well that's extending here.
Do we get the sense that
I'm just
something
gonna
that
move
targeted
back.
it directly without a projectile would also fail if it's facing you?
That's the question is could you throw an actual effect that is single target upon it without any sort of projectile, right? Or is that going to be dispelled? That is another question to ask yourselves here. In addition, if you pass into the anti-magic cone, is your magical weapon suspended? So is it all things inside of the field? So that's something to figure out, or perhaps do some guesswork, check marks, write some skill checks and things to understand how this creature functions.
This is scary.
All right, Tegan, you're up.
Well, bonus action. Did I target? Yes, okay. Bonus action, Bardic Inspiration. I'm going to activate my gift.
Okay.
Onto Thanos. I'm going to say, please kill this fucking thing. Wow, this is a lot. Okay. I think I'm just gonna strategically move myself away. I think that's gonna be it for me. I don't want to like dash and get too far away from people, but I also don't want to be in front of the thing. So yeah, that's gonna be it for me.
All right, so Lucar, Steven, did you change your prepared spells?
Well, no. So I'm looking. I have too many spells prepared.
Okay. I just want to be. I have a thing now that tells me when people are changing their spells prepared.
Yeah,
which
no,
I
I
think is
have.
comical.
I have 10 out of 9. I have 10 out
It's
of
part
9.
of the sheet change. No, I just want to make sure that your spells are accurate for the fight. That's all. Making
Yeah.
sure that it's accurate.
Well, so I need to unprepare something.
Whatever you need to do. I'm just
trying to think the
giving
last.
you-
The last thing I prepared was Prayer of Healing, so I think I should just
Okay.
take that off.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so I am going to groan loudly, audibly. I'm going to haste myself.
Okay, so you're hasting yourself. Okay, it's your action. Invoke yourself with speed, priest AC, dexterity saving throw.
Yep.
Moving on. Sonic the Hedgehog.
I'm going to bonus action, take my wings out. And
Okay.
I am going to rocket ship to the corner of the freaking map.
Okay, so you're gonna bonus action to activate your gem flight. Lasts
Yep.
for 1 minute, so you get flying speed equal to your walking speed. You can hover. So that's gonna be equating to 60 feet of fly speed, and you also have the hover ability as well.
And so then I'm going to take my extra action. Well, so I guess I'll take 120 feet. Hello.
Do you have, because you're hasted at 60 feet of fly, and then so you're gonna dash to go 120.
Yeah, so I'm gonna take my 60, and then I'm gonna dash and take another 120.
Are you gonna do any verticality on that movement, or is it just keeping towards the sand?
Yeah, I don't think.
Just getting distance at this point.
Yeah, I don't think the height really matters for this.
Okay. So if you're going to go 60, then you're going to take your dash as your hasted action is going to give you another 60. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So you're going to go 60 and then 60 because you can't do a double dash, right? You could use your action to do haste.
Okay, there we are.
All right, Thanos, you're next.
I'm not anywhere near in range. Big fucking map. What is that? 200 feet? Okay. Well, I'm going to split this side, so I'm going to dash this direction. And then I am going to bonus action Gift of Orsivus. The only good thing he's ever given me. And I'm going to go.
Could bug you out here. Oh, it didn't. Yes, it worked. Ah!
Am I within range? So question, with his gift, does it get rid of my exhaustion? I know that we had talked about it removes effects. I wasn't sure if that gets rid of the exhaustion temporarily.
Are you talking about the
Tegan's?
Barg Inspiration?
Yeah,
If it removes your exhaustion.
yeah.
So it's going to temporarily suspend one condition. It's obviously
Okay.
the choice of the condition. So exhaustion is a little bit finicky with that. Technically, exhaustion is a condition, so you can suspend one level of it. That's your choice, but it will be applied to you right afterwards. The Barg Inspiration is used. So it's your choice if you want that suspended or not.
Do it.
Yeah,
Do
that's
it.
fine. I'm going to activate my gift and add another level that won't be suspended. That's going to be unfortunate.
It's just skill checks, right?
Well,
Well,
now
that-
he's
that
about to
one
take
has
another one.
movement
Yeah,
speed.
but now, yeah,
So as long as
Uh,
he's got Bardic Inspiration, he's still only got one. But
yeah.
Yep.
And then we're going to take all 4 of my attacks and start lighting this thing up before it kills us.
Okay, so you're going to use your gift of Orsivus, your movement, to advance,
Yep.
and then you're going to take your action to attack.
I'm going to take my, whatchamacallit, my gift.
Okay,
for
so you're
next turn.
okay. All right, so as reaction, you gain an extra turn for the round, right? So it's going to use up your action. So you're going to have an action from this one, and then an action bonus for the second one.
Okay. Yep.
2,
So I
4,
4,
5.
and then bonus.
Does that count Dread Ambusher?
Oh yeah, and dread. So
So if you're going to use if you're going to fire off, you're going to get 5 total, and then the Dread Ambusher, right? And equate.
okay. All right. Let's start lighting this bitch up. Here we go. No
All right,
party.
19 hits. All right, deals 26 points of piercing and necrotic damage. Second attack. That is a 14, which is not going to land. Then you can do your Dread Ambusher shot for your first turn. So this will be your Dread Ambusher shot. 14. It's not going to land. Now we're going to come into. Now we're going to come into your. Well, this is your first turn. You've already used your bonus action for the first turn. Now we're going to come into your actual gift turn. So we have an action that takes the 2 attacks. But I think we're going to come up with more attacks than 5 here. So 2 attacks for the extra turn here. So first attack.
Oh, that was almost a 20.
That's a 17, which is not going to land.
What
Second
are-
attack for your attack action.
Yep.
Oh my
Jesus,
god!
I am rolling like
Oh my-
shit.
This is so bad!
Why
17's
am I-
not gonna land. We have bonus and then Dread Ambusher, so there's 2 more attacks. You're actually gonna total 7 here for the hasted thing here. So coming through, the next session of attacks 22 will land. That is going to deal a total of 24 points of piercing and necrotic damage. And this is Dread Ambusher, right? Yep.
Yep.
This will be it.
That'll be it.
So 22 hits, you can do another D8. So 26 total.
How did I only hit? Okay. Alright, and then I get movement from the full extra turn, so I'm going to... No, actually, I'm going to stay here, so that way we split the field. That's fine.
Okay. So you're going to stay there.
Yep.
Okay. The creature is going to turn and look at your direction with some of its eyes, but it's keeping its focus and other realm at others. So you have a position of a central eye, which seems to be kind of focused at the 3. So that central eye position is not moving. That's going to be where that eye is looking, which gives you an understanding of where that magical field is emanating. There's also a slight shimmer-like effect too if you stare at it long enough, which is really informing you. Now, the creature actually is not making any sort of movements forward. It's actually staying at its part on the rampart 10 feet in the air, continuing to kind of hover in that space. It then begins to yell outwards, "Magi of the Reckoning, come." And as it smiles, before it can take its action, you can see individuals looking in left and right of the crowd begin to pull Plague Doctor-like masks over the face
Oh god.
and putting black hoods on. And as they put black hoods on, they have staffs that come into space. You're looking left and right, and it's unclear how many there are. They've yet to enter the battlefield right now. Creature is going to be taking 3 attacks. 3 eye rays are going to be thrown out here, and all of those eye rays are going to be coming to one target that it can see and within range, and that is at you, Thanos.
Yep.
The first ray that is sent outwards is a reddish beam as it shoots out from one of its side rays. Should prompt you for a dexterity saving throw. 24 is going to be a success for dodging out of the way of this. In addition, you have resistance to necrosis. You're going to take 10 points of necrotic damage from that eye ray as it was centered out to you. Then is going to be firing off a whitish beam at you.
Ooh, is that going to be high? That's got to be high enough. There's no way.
18 is going to be a success. No effect from the whitish ray as it centers out towards you. And then is going to fire a purplish beam at you.
Oh, thank God.
succeeding with a 27. You do not fall prey to a condition potentially of falling asleep. The creature laughs and snarls. Baldor, you're up next.
This one seems significantly worse than the last several. Of course, they were all dead. He is hovering 10 feet off the ground, correct?
Correct.
Perhaps we can do something about that. We're going to cast Earthbind, directly targeting the eye monster.
Okay, you have Earthbind. That's a 300-foot. Choose one creature we can see within range. Yellow strips of magical energy loop around the creature. Creatures have to strength saving throw. Okay. As you throw it outwards and begin to tendril around, pointing that space, it does seem to have an effect, right, where it targets a single target, and then the potential creature is not within its own cone that it's creating. The creature is going to succeed with a 16 on the strength saving throw with a DC of 16.
Oh, barely. Well, throw the shot. And yeah, we should split the difference. So he's going to move. I'm so far zoomed out. There we go. Oh, I'm on measure. There. And then bonus action, I'll go ahead and summon the Echo just in case.
Okay.
And that's going to end his turn.
All right, at the end of your turn, before we come to Varys, the creature is going to take a legendary action, fire off another eye ray in the direction of Thanos. That is going to be a bluish beam that comes out towards you.
Oh, this is not a good save for me to make. Oh no.
Oh,
6 is going to be a failure. Luckily, you have resistance to Crosis. You take 20 out of the 40. It zips into your shoulder, splintering you. Varys, as you're getting there, you can see the figures in the crowd. You hear a slight cry from some of the individuals of that crowd as they actually beginning to turn on some of the house guard that are positioned within the grandstand. Now there is a fighting happening in the grandstand. Some of the house guard, you hear kind of cries and other things, no longer cheering sort of things, as people are actually getting up and reacting to the spell casting that has happened in the grandstands, and the house guard drawing their scimitars, rapiers, and short swords to go and defend and attack. It's unclear of who's actually going to join this fight in terms of what was classified or coined or named as the Magi of the Reckoning. And so you are kind of in a little bit of disarray for what might be entering the battlefield. Really what's in front of you is here, and here alone.
Mm-hmm. So none of them have joined the fray.
None of them have teleported onto the field of play. They're still, right, these are just like small shadows. The Colosseum's massive. So all you know is that individuals stood up in response to what the creature had said and began to put on those masks and things. And now, because we're going with seconds, right, we're in the next round kind of thing, now they're like attacking some of the close like guard that are there, and yet have yet to actually join this fight right here on the sand.
Got it. I'm going to take my movement. I'll take a dash to here. And I'm just kind of trying to get a feel for what's going on.
An angle.
Yeah. Mm. Okay. And then this puts me within 30 feet. No, it doesn't. I'm in such a weird spot here. Let's hold that. I'll end my turn.
All right, ending your turn, and before we come to you, Tegan, the creature's going to take another legendary and fire an eye ray off at Thanos. Thanos, this is a lightish purple ray as it comes towards you. Thanos, with an 18, you have succeeded. Tegan, you're up.
I'm gonna go. So, question: if I were to ask someone a question, can I discern an answer from them on my turn?
Sorry, go with that one more time.
So, like, I'll tell you what I'm trying to do. I'm trying
Okay.
to close as much as I can to Maldor, so 30 feet. And I'm
Okay.
going to ask him, do you want to get to this thing? As in, do you want to teleport with me to get you in range of this thing? And if I can get an answer, I will then proceed to hold my action.
Okay, so you're basically you're wanting to hold your
Dimension door.
dimension door in response to what Maldor says.
Yes.
Okay. I think I'll go ahead and allow it. I think that's fine. I mean, technically, you'd have to wait for Maldor to say something, and then you're holding something and hoping.
I mean, it requires the creature to be willing, right? So you could just try, and then either I show up with you or I don't.
Yeah.
Oh, he can't get to you in 30 feet is why it was.
Oh, I see.
I think
yeah,
that
so
they're. I think that they're saying that they're responding to you on your turn to try
to
get
come
and meet
catch up.
them.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
I guess either way, it's the difference between using a reaction and just using my next action to do so. Because I don't think there's anything you could do on your next turn from where you are anyway, regardless. So
I think all you can do right now, Tegan, in terms of action economy and what realistically makes sense, is to hold your action and then to move forward towards them and pull out your hand like you're attempting to use some spell towards
Okay.
them and say that you're doing that, and just go and if Adam is going to do that, Maldor is going to do that, Maldor's going to do that. But if you're unsure if they're going to do that, then you can simply ask them, move closer and just ask them, and then on your next turn you can use your action to go.
yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna run up and be like, Maldor, you want to go fuck this thing up or what? And I'll hold my hand out. And I'll bonus action Bardic Inspiration and activate my gift onto him.
Okay. All right. Go ahead and throw on the bless here. I'm not lagging, am I?
Nope, you're good.
Yeah.
Okay. The stream's having a little struggle bus right now, so just wondering.
Yeah, you had like a moment where you like roboted, but then you went back to normal.
And I'm not gonna hold my action or anything. If anything, I'll take a dodge action right now.
Okay. We'll go ahead and throw on the dodge then, just in case. End your turn whenever you'd like.
I think it's got to be out of legendary actions, right?
You would be actually incorrect. Because it's taking a legendary right now. So Lucar, before you go, creature looks towards you, Thanos, because you are the only one in range, and is firing off a greenish beam at you. Success of 27, you take no damage. You dodge underneath a disintegration ray as it vaporizes the sand at your backdrop. Lucar, you're up next.
Thanos is doing like Power Ranger backflips right now.
That's
Okay.
pretty much what's happening. You're just like dodging out of the way, man.
Well, now Thanos knows how it feels when he shoots fucking crossbows at me.
I mean, think about how many rays this thing is firing off. This thing's like, I mean, this is like literally like a railgun cannon thing. It's just like bam, bam,
Matrix
bam, bam,
level
bam.
shit, dude.
Yeah.
Okay. I am just going to use my entire turn for movement and get to, like, within 60 feet from this thing.
Okay.
Which I think is like.
You're trying to go.
Here.
You got 180, right?
Yep. Yeah.
That's 165 from your current position.
Yes, so I'm gonna just do like here.
It's 170.
I want to be behind it.
So you have 10 more feet of movement left. If you do a double dash.
Yep.
Right? No. 60, 60, 120. Yeah. Yeah. 10 more feet.
Yeah, so I'll be here. That puts me 60 feet away from being on top of it. Yep, okay.
Cool.
And I think, yep, that's it. Well, no. I am going to drink a potion
Okay.
of... where are they? The Stone Giant Strength.
You're gonna chug a potion of giant strength.
Yep, is that a bonus action?
Yeah, it's gonna be a bonus action.
Okay.
It should do the effect after you drink it.
Boom, there we go.
Yep. Works.
Be sure to
Good
savor
job.
that toenail.
Savor the toenail.
All right, Thanos. At the start of your turn, there are two figures that warp Mentiondor into space. As they warp into space, they have blackish robes with golden silk and red of runes. They hold staffs that are very similar to the staff that Tegan has, and they have Plague Doctor-like bats with large opal eye slots. As they stare off, they hold the staffs, and they get ready to fight.
Yeah. Can you guys deal with these fucks? And I'm gonna start shooting at the beholder again.
Okay.
Uh,
First attack coming through is going to be a 27, which is going to hit. And that deals 25 points of piercing and necrotic damage. That is going to be your secondary attack, which is 14. That's going to be a miss. Creature flies and dodges out of the way.
bonus action.
Bonus action attack, 20 will hit. That deals 28 points of piercing and necrotic damage.
Alright, I am going to... I'm actually going to force this thing to come back. I'm going to move back down towards Varys, and I will end my turn here.
So, the creature, seeing you lot here in position, and where you are currently at, is going to beginning to fly and hover themselves, seeing Lucar as they've made an advance. They're going to fly and can maintain their hover speed, kind of warp 20 feet and just get some distance in space. Then they're going to turn and rotate their central eye and look in the direction of Lucar. And as they do this, the eye itself is going to cause that anti-magic field to be created. And as the anti-magic field is created, it is going to nullify your haste and the spell effect of your potion, dispelling those temporarily. So, I'm not going to remove those effects. I'm simply going to negate them during any consequence rolls. Okay? Does that make sense?
Roger.
Okay. Then the creature, with only you as its target, is going to send a volley of 3 eye rays at you. First eye ray is a purplish beam as it shoots out towards you. Now, your aura protection is still viable. It's technically not a spell that's coming through. It's not a magic. So your aura there is giving you still the bonuses as it should. And I believe it's a +5 bonus, right? It's tacked on. So you have a 29 wisdom saving throw for the first. That's to be a success. Then it comes through to strike with a dark greenish beam. It's going to be a 20, which is success, as it feels like a force is kind of emanating out from it to try to wrap you up and push you away. And then it fires a greenish beam at you. Now, we don't have the haste, so we have to look into this chat card. The first roll that came through which I have a more expanded chat card based on your saves that come through. So it's not going to select the first one here, which is, looks like that is going to be a success as well versus the DC. So succeeding all 3, not succumbing to any of those. Creature then is going to end its turn. Maldor, you're up next.
He's gonna step back to Tegan after hearing what he offered. He's gonna look at him. Don't worry about the big beast. Get me close to those 2. And he's gonna point to the 2 mages who just appeared. And then for his action, actually, you know what? He's gonna hold his action for when Tegan teleports him. He is going to hold his gift. And that will end my turn.
All right, so you are going to hold your gift here that you were blessed with in response to after the teleport.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We're now going to roll for the 2 that have come through. Cycling through to get to round 3 real quick. We're going to come to Varys. Before you start, Varys, the large orbish flying creature is going to take a legendary action, and that is aimed at Lucar. In addition, this anti-magic field is still there. I'm going to try to continuously redraw this. Shifting it and like rotating it becomes really challenging without casting, so it should be easy enough just to recreate it every time I need to. So that's where that field is. So your haste is still nullified and such. As it looks towards you, it is going to fire off. Let's see here. A whitish ray as its legendary action towards you, Lucar. Again, taking the first roll and the chat card as it comes through. Mine's more expanded than yours is, so again, you're only seeing one of the rolls on your card, probably. You had a 6 as the first roll, I believe, right?
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, I
click
can
it.
see that. Yep,
Yeah, you
I
can
can click
click.
next.
Okay, you can click through and see it. Okay, I just want to make sure that you can do that. So 6 is the first roll on the chat card, and rolling through on the modifiers. Sure. Should be a 15, right?
Mhm.
Okay, 15 is going to be a failure. So, as you're hit by this, what begins to happen is your feet begin to turn to stone, and it begins to grow at a rapid pace. You are restrained by this stone as it begins to fuse to the sand, and the sand itself around becomes stone heavy and impales you to the earth. You aren't fully petrified yet, but you will be if you fail your next saving throw. You will make that saving throw at the end of your next turn. And however, to remove that petrification, if you fail that one, is unclear to you now. Varys, it's your turn.
Okay, I'm gonna take my 30-foot movement forward, and then I'm gonna take my slow scroll, and cast slow on it.
All right, with the DC 19 saving throw, as you throw out your slow here, looks to be that the creature is going to have success against it. Has no effect.
Okay. Seeing that, I will just end my turn.
Tegan, you're up next.
We're Dimension Dorn. I'm gonna go right on the square, to the right of the one that's the most southward, and take Maldor to the square that's directly above it.
Okay, so Maldor, I'll let you. You're gonna take. Oh, you're gonna put them there.
Nice.
Okay, your echo's gone.
Yeah, he's poofed.
Okay. So, courtesy of the held reaction here, you're going to activate your gift.
It's just gonna look at both of them like, "You serve me now. Destroy that beast." Clicked it. It's not doing anything.
So, to dominate people, to liberate their minds, activating their gift. I don't think I have yours pre-configured. Changing the one of Talus, right? Is what we had.
Yeah,
Okay. Let me see here if that's configured.
I think it still says undead, but that had changed.
Yeah, I just need to change it to all creatures, not undead. Your charisma is still the same value.
16, yeah.
Okay. Let me see if I can get it to. I mean, it should be sober. Okay. I'll go ahead and manually roll the saves. The DC set is 15. Both of them are going to succeed with a 19 and a 15. Whereas your gift does not seem to take on either of the two targets. Mine's shielded quite heavily, will not be dominated by this gift.
Well, that was my held action. So it's
Okay.
Tegan.
Take a drop.
I'm gonna kind of look back and forth between them. Be like, and I don't have my movement, which I'll just go here, I guess. And I don't have any bonus actions, so I'll just end my turn, I guess.
Ending turn, Lucar, you're up. So you're restrained. At the end of your turn, you'll be making a saving throw. Is there anything that you can do in the interim?
Well, I can't move, right?
That's correct.
At all. And I'm in a magic nullification field, but does that nullify my lesser restoration?
If you try to use Lesser Restoration on yourself, that's a magical cast inside of an anti-magic field. That will be dispelled immediately. It will have no effect.
Same with Misty Step, right?
Correct.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything I can do.
Okay. So at the end of your turn, I need you to make another dexterity saving throw. And again, we'll have to take the first roll that is sent out to us. All right, first roll that is given is going to be a 20. That is going to be successful. You are able to end the restraint and not fall prey to further petrification. Of course, that is end of your turn. And before we get to this mage, creature is going to fire off a legendary action, another eye ray towards you, Lucar. And that is going to be a dark reddish beam emanating out towards you. Rolling a wisdom saving throw prompting. 27 is going to be a success. We now come to this mage. This mage is going to be backpedaling slightly, about 30 feet to get some space. Then begins to look in the direction of you, Maldor. And as they look at you, they are going to throw off. Let's see, make sure I have enough range. That's right. I didn't want to go too far. There we go. That's where I want to. Okay. Just to be in range, 60 feet away from you, they're going to replicate the effect that you attempted to do to them. They're going to try to dominate you.
Oh, wow. That's
And this is how Varys dies.
It's
Fair
not
With
is-
a natural 1. You are a fighter. You have a Dominal available. So I believe, right? You haven't
No.
used your Dominal yet?
No,
I'm
you
only
get
a
level
level
9.
6 fighter.
Oh, that's right. That's no. This is it. You're dominated. Wow. Okay. All right. So with the Bardic Inspiration, the Bless now may be turning against the party. You hear the voice of the mind is individual in the back of yours.
The
Yep.
bless negates a single condition, does it not? Or the bardic super duper.
So Dominate is a spell cast. It's a spell effect that is upon you. Condition in the sense of like not prone, but like a condition like incapacitated, exhaustion, poison. Those are conditions.
Correct.
This, in terms of a charm, it's not necessarily a charm that is upon you. So if it was a charm person, you might be able to use Bless to nullify the charm person. This is
Sure.
a full domination of the mind, which goes into play. Does Fey Ancestry give you advantage against this roll? And it actually doesn't. So Fey Ancestry isn't going to give you help on this roll. In the same way, it doesn't give you help on Hypnotic Pattern, right?
Yeah.
So the Dominate person coming through, you can hear the voice at the back of your mind. It is powerful and strong. As this staff is used as like a focus towards you, and you hear the voice attempting to tell you to turn on your party. Attack the one that dimension doored you here. Damodar will give you fortune beyond your wildest dreams. That's the end of their turn. Thanos, you're up next.
I'm straight up gonna die.
Fuck. I have to move towards this thing. 20 feet. Alright, yeah, and then we started shooting. That's
So anyway, started
blasting.
yeah, that should be fine.
18 hits. That deals 26 points of damage.
Fuck.
I'm
11
gonna
does
chrono
not land.
shift that hit to let me ask you how this works. With the ranges for a chrono shift, do I need to be 30 feet away from Thanos, or do I need to be
From
30 feet away
Thanos,
from the
not
monster?
from the monster. No, not from the
Okay.
monster, just Thanos.
Yeah, so then I'll chrono shift that.
Okay, so you could use your reaction to chrono shift?
Yeah.
Okay. With Thanos, you can just roll a flat d20 if you want, so I can get a new roll in.
Let's go.
All right, 10 plus modifiers, and the d4 roll is a 1, so 11, 4, 15, 19 is going to hit.
Alright.
Wait, hold on.
And
19 minus 5 goes back to
Oh.
14, plus 2 is 16.
be 5 higher. Yeah, 16. Yeah.
16 will not land. Because I forgot you had sharpshooter on, my bad.
Yeah.
For your bonus action here, firing off your crossbow, that is going to land with a 22, and that deals 27 points of piercing and necrotic damage. You see multiple gaps now with the Orbis monster. Blood, this dark maroon purplish, is pouring out of the creature. Creature's kind of swaying a little bit in its hover, but it's still very much alive.
I'm gonna do a dumb. I'm gonna use my reaction and take the 3rd level when this bardic ends.
So I will prompt in terms of condition exhaustion levels, make a kind of a ruling here because you can see kind of pitfalling. But I can only suspend one condition. Exhaustion 1, 2, 3 are
One.
separate conditions.
Yeah, so I would
So
get
technically you would be at exhaustion 1 right now,
I'd go to 2 and half my movement.
and you'd go to 2 and half your movement.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
Oh, I'll actually bump that up real quick and pew pew.
It's all or nothing now.
It is definitely all or nothing right now.
All right, 22 hits. Does 20 points of piercing and necrotic damage. Next attack is going to be a 15, which is going to miss. And we have a bonus action available. And that is going to be a 10, which is going to be a miss. Fire crossbow swaying, moving itself around, and you're unable to strike.
I will end my turn.
All right. So ending your turn, and before we get to the creature is now going to take a legendary action. And for this, I'm going to go ahead and do just a roll because it's contemplating which target's going to hit it. Tried to fire off a number of eye rays towards you, Thanos, and it wasn't successful. And is choosing to fire off in the direction now of our dear wizard friend.
Oh, bish.
Okay.
Sends out a greenish beam at you. The Constitution saving throw of a 5.
I'm going to use the staff to succeed.
Okay. So we have the Staff of Dunamancy. So if you're holding the staff and fail saving throw against a spell that targets only you, you turn your failed save into a successful one. The issue here is this isn't a spell.
I thought
That
it was a
is-
condition.
No, it's this. This is a special feature for the creature. This is not a spell that is sent outwards towards you. This is one of its rays that has innate magic that is thrown. Unfortunately, it does not fit the bill of the staff to be able to succeed on a spell, because it is a feature instead. I have to make that
That is
ruling for you.
unfortunate. Okay.
One of the downsides of the staff, it really pertains just to spell casting and that realm of
Yeah.
magic. So as it hits you, this is a paralysis ray. As such, it's exactly as it sounds. You are going to fall to paralysis. So you just become frozen solid. You will go ahead and make, at the end of each of your turns, you will make another saving throw to try to end that paralysis effect. We now come to the second mage who is on the battlefield here. Looking at Maldor, you notice that turns and looks at the other one, and they shake heads almost in unison at the same time, turns away from you and looks towards Tegan, who is right up on it. As it does, it begins to crackle with its hands, and a wave of energy shoots outwards at your general direction. Try to hold you. Succeeding with a 22 wisdom saving throw, you do not fall prey to this effect.
That would have been
And
so
then
bad.
they then begin to make way away from you, moving 30 feet, and you can use your reaction if you'd like.
No, thank you.
Okay. And that is going to be the end of their turn. We now come to the floating eye monster. The floating eye monster at this point is going to move 20 feet. Again, continue to hover 10 feet into the air, and then is going to rotate its attention, turning its eye ray towards the battlefield in this direction. So I'm going to go ahead and sling it off and change its distance here. Make sure that it's accurate. So as the effect kind of comes outwards, nullifying magic and such, its innate magical cone does not actually pertain to its own magic. So it's able to fire its own eye rays within its own anti-magic
cool.
field. Okay?
Look at that one.
It's going to fire off a
Your
series
magic
of 3.
no good. My magic
fu-
good.
It's going to fire off a series of 3 eye rays. Hey, you know what? I don't make the rules here. Okay? This creature makes its own rules, let me tell you. It really does, though. This creature really makes its own rules. I think it's super funny. Like, it's technically not the anti-magic spell. It's like the anti-magic code, which is different. I love it.
Mhm.
There's going to be 3 different rays. They're centered at Lucar, then one towards you, Varys, and then another one towards Thanos. So there is a ray being sent out. It is going to be a kind of a lighterish blue ray at Lucar. Your haste is now engaged, right? Because the anti-magic field is around, so you get the advantage. Succeed with a 27. Then the next eye ray goes in the direction of Varys. And Varys, that is going to be a darkish red ray. Which shoots out towards you. That is going to be an automatic failure. And you're hit for 56 points of necrotic damage as it lands. You are barely alive with 1 hit point. The third and final ray sent outwards is going to be another paralysis ray. And that is in the direction of Thanos.
Fuck me.
Thanos, you are going to fail with a 9. You are paralyzed.
This ain't looking good, boys.
It is
Big
not
accomplishment, made it
good.
to 4-0, guys.
The creature is going to end its turn. Maldor, before we engage with your turn, you can see a familiar creature begin to teleport into space. It is Brugha. I also need to reset Brugha because I was using Brugha to cast spells, so hold on.
Brugha!
Why is she hurt? Where the
Brugha
fuck-
Brugha needs her spells back. Brugha, let's go.
Brugha
So
was
Brugha
just hands
crashed my
fighting.
laptop.
Brugha, please save me!
All right, so Brugha is going to teleport into space. And as they teleport into space, coming to, they're now going to be put onto the board for initiative on the next round. But Maldor, you're still dominated. They use their action to teleport. So, proceed.
Well,
Rip Tegan.
I was given instructions.
No! Please.
So what
Tegan's a
hits you,
BT
Tegan?
boy.
Shield.
You're going
I
to shield?
can't- yeah, automatically. I can't see anything right now on my
It's okay.
screen, but I'm shielding.
Okay. Okay. So I'll let you try to get yourself back into the game here. Let's see. I'm going to look at your spell list. Do you have shield available?
The staff.
Ah, so you're going to use it from the staff. Okay. So it's going to give you +5 to your armor class. It bumps you up to 24, so the first stack strikes into the shield and not to Tegan.
Nice. I'm just gonna go again.
Going for the secondary attack here. It's going to be a 24, which is going to meet that armor class, and that is going to be successful. You chomp through the shield, dealing 38 points of slashing damage upon Tegan, slicing into the blue draconic, cracking into the scales and then into the shoulder, bleeding. You see as the eyes of Maldor no longer that celestial glow that that's no. It kind of has this tinge of like purplish hues and things, suggesting that they are not of themselves.
Bonus action. The Echo appears. And he's going to unleash Incarnation, because that's what he would do.
Coming through it with an Unleash Carnation for another attack. Love that Adam is really feeling it right now. Getting into it, baby.
You made me do
27
it.
is
Use
going to
the
hit.
Bardic.
Using the Bardic Inspiration to bless will end after the attack. 30 points of damage dealt. Tegan, you're at 9 hit points.
That will end his turn.
All right, Varys, unfortunately for you, at the end of the creature's turn, it looks towards you as a legendary before you start and is going to be firing off a whitish array at you.
I can't dodge it.
There is
Can't.
no.
Stop making me roll.
So you are petrified. You are hit with a petrification ray, and you are restrained upon your turn. Which now we're getting into the complexities of legendary hit restrain. Now it's your turn. I'm not going to do that to you because that would be super shit. I'm going to allow you to do a paralysis roll at the end of this, and then you can do a petrification roll at the next turn. Okay, so what you're going to roll for is the paralysis saving throw that was hit by, and to end the paralysis, you're going to make a Constitution saving throw. So go ahead and make that for me.
Save, right?
Constitution saving throw, please.
Are we sure Tegan's not
15.
playing from the moon?
I know, right? I was gonna say, Tegan, your ping is so bad right now.
32,000
You're really
gold
struggling.
He's playing from the moon.
Can you not get in right now, Brendan?
No, I see shit. I'm good.
Okay. So, Varys, you have failed your Constitution saving throw, so you are still paralyzed. And unfortunately for you, on the next turn, you will fail that deck save unless someone can come to your aid and help you. Ending turn. Tegan, you're up next.
I have a question. If I no, I can't anyway. There's no point in taking him with me. I'm gonna Dimension Door.
You're gonna Dimension Door?
Yes.
As you cast Dimension Door, one of the mage on the southeast is going to attempt to counterspell your
Counterspell.
Dimension Door.
I'll counterspell his
You don't need to
counterspell.
counterspell it. Bruga is going to counterspell it for you. So as you throw out your hands to use Dimension Door, you can see the staff of. They have a staff of warding too. They throw it out towards you to counterspell your Dimension Door. You see the grease sphere begin to dispel, and then Bruga holds her staff of just plain wood and kind of shakes it a little bit and counterspells their counterspell.
I counterspell
Looks to-
Bruga's counterspell. I don't need your help. No, I'm kidding.
That's something I can see Tegan doing.
So there's a wave of energy sent out from their staff. You're beginning to spell, and then Bruga's wave of energy crashes into that and looks towards you and winks a little bit. I still have use of you yet.
Does he stick out a blue tongue?
Oh man, where do I go?
Go
I don't even know where the
very
fuck to
far
go.
away from here.
Tegan just leaves. He just teleports outside the Coliseum like, no, fuck this
Like-
shit.
Fuck this shit, I'm out.
I'm gonna teleport in front of Varys and fall on top of him.
What? Why?
What? Are you trying to kill Varys?
It isn't. He's gonna die if no one.
Do you have something that can get rid of petrification?
Inside of
I
an
don't have an
anti-magic
action.
zone.
Inside of an anti-magic field. It's at this point someone's got to pick their ass up.
Instead of one dead, we're gonna have two dead. I think we only have one diamond, so
I think Lucar needs to go kill the floating eye monster.
Yes, I do think that.
I don't know what you're talking about.
This is challenging, I know. Are we going to take a break?
I think so. If we
All right.
can.
All right, let's go ahead and take a break so we can collect our thoughts. This is a really challenging fight. There's two of the party members that have fought this. This is a little bit different. This is courtesy of level, not character level. This is courtesy of how I scale the fight to a variety of different things, as well as certain other things, which maybe the two party members can understand just a little bit. But if you're watching the stream, thanks so much. We really appreciate watching us. We're going to come back in 10 minutes or so. So it puts us probably about like 1:30-ish p.m. PST. And hopefully you join us then. So see you in a bit.
Whoop, whoop. Also ready for my food to be delivered.
All right, so welcome back. Thank you so much for rejoining us. Party's definitely at, I would say, a conflict right now in terms of what is going to
What's
happen.
conflict?
Well, that's what you all have, conflict with yourselves almost, right?
Yeah.
No,
Sure.
Maldor's just a murder hobo.
Oh,
It's not my fault this time.
So we are going to pick it up. Tegan, your turn. Obviously, you haven't done anything. You're still deciding what you want to do next. Hopefully, the time for the break has helped you out with that. And we're going to go ahead and get started right now.
Yeah. When it comes to the entrance, is it just like, so is the top like flat and it just descends down a ramp, or is there like protrusions, like a wall that is protruding out to where there's cover almost on those?
So
Sandstone.
this is a Colosseum. It's rather rectangular shape. The walling itself, right? You can imagine it has a slight curve to it, but it's not much. So you have west and east side of the 15-foot sandstone brick walls. Those are going to come up with a little slight cranial, like a little overhang, right? So that anchors through, and that's going to work itself the entire distance of the field. Now on the north and south side, the wall is a little bit further back than that, than where it shows where the map's cut off, because this is a massive Colosseum and can't showcase that entirely into one singular map. So the ramparts are descending down, and then the wall is vertical from that point. So it essentially is vertical where the portcullis gate is met, and that then it's going to go further there still. And I lagged out a little bit, so give me a second.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Okay, I'm back. Okay.
Yep.
So does that make sense the way I described the ramparts and stuff? Did you hear all that?
Yeah. So basically my question is, if I were to teleport on the left side of the opening where the sandstone wall is there a place where I could get cover from the eye monster? Above
You're saying,
the sand.
so you want a dimension door out of the field of play?
No,
I think he's asking if there's cover like right there.
yeah.
Or like right here.
No, so these I'll freehand draw. So that is almost near flush with the sand.
Okay.
And then interior, that has cover up to a point, right? Because it's coming up quite rapidly. So when the creature was hovering 10 feet in the slight middle forward of that rampart, that creature actually was like, part of it was covered by the sand because of your vision, right? So it's like a rampart here, and then the creature was here, right? And so you can see where my niche is, and if you draw a line of sight, it comes through, right? You're only seeing some of it.
Right.
So you could, the best cover that you can get, if you're looking for cover from the creature and you're wanting to get yourself out of the fight as well, is to take cover in the southern rampart, down the rampart, and just break line of sight of the creature. In addition, the creature has a specific range. You haven't seen it attack greater, right? It seemed to focus fire of targets that are coming within a range. Like, it's not attacking you, and it hasn't attacked Maldor because you're outside of its range. So, if you're looking for cover of the creature, it might just be as simple as staying, a distance away from it, and it also doesn't showcase it moves that fast. It's only been kind of just jiggling itself and hovering, right? If you want to get cover from all creatures, your better bet is to go to the southern rampart, duck down underneath that, and hope those ones don't port themselves over there. That would be my suggestion. If you go to the grandstands, right? Throw up my hands, because there's mages in there, there's house guards, it's chaos. So we'll have to come to that point. And it's that point of just picking some random spot.
I think I'm gonna do that, but in the northern rampart, on the wall that is directly between me and the monster, and just kind of lay down.
Okay, so you want a dimension door. How many dimension doors do you have left? see.
I already preemptively burned my 5th level spell slot, but that's the one that I'm expending.
Okay, so you're expending the 5th level spell slot.
Because I used I used 2 dimension doors, one in the last fight, one in this fight, and I used a 4th level cure wounds, which was very stupid.
So you're not
Yeah.
taking anybody with you here, you're just going.
Just going.
You want to bring me with?
No, we're not on good terms right now.
So you're going to be there. That's going to give you total cover from the creature. The creature has to basically be right on top of you to try to see you.
Yeah, but there's
Okay.
like dimension door leaves no indication of where I went, right?
Does Dimension Door have components? Initially, yeah, and then it creates this green sphere, and then you appear in that green sphere, and that green sphere collapses. So if you visualize the space and then you throw the Dimension Door out, technically you're in cover, total cover the entire time the Dimension Door ends its cast. So the
Okay.
creature wouldn't see you, unless it has perceptions to hear you, shifting in the sand, but I can't tell you that.
I think I would make a conscious effort to, like, when I arrive in space, to not move whatsoever.
Okay.
And yeah, I don't really have any bonus actions, so I'll just end there.
And end your turn whenever you'd like. All right, so before we get to you, Lucar, the creature is going to take a legendary action. The legendary action is aimed at Thanos.
This is where Thanos dies. It's fine.
With a dark purplish ray. Succeeding with a 30
Hey.
wisdom saving throw, a natural 20 comes through. Lucar, it's your turn.
Okay.
Natural 20.
I'm gonna get 15 feet of verticality. I'm gonna like think into the Bane because it was given to me as like a gift by Balrugar. That Balrugar, I hate your fucking children. They suck. And I'm gonna take my hasted. Well, I'm gonna take my movement. So 45.
15 feet up, you have 45, right?
Uh huh. Yes, and take like 45. Oh shit. Hold on. Then I'm gonna take my hasted action as a dash and get like right above it.
Okay.
And then
Good job.
I am going to bonus action and Vow of Enmity. And I'm going to
Okay.
scream all kinds of expletives at it as I do it.
All right, so go ahead, hold down Alt for the advantage.
Wow, expletive.
Vow
Yeah,
of
but-
expletive.
And then I am
Please change it.
going to stab it right down into the
Fucking go, baby.
And with it, I'm going to add a level 2 Divine Smite 4.
Fuck that bitch.
There's no way.
There's no way.
All right, so it takes 28 points of the regular attack damage, and then it's going to take 35 points of radiant damage. The creature's still alive. It's coming through with the stab, slicing
And
the back end
as-
of the blade. It's to kind of curl itself and break apart. You know, seeing this kind of gushy, meaty flesh, but also hard and rigid exterior. Lets out a snarl as it turns itself.
And as it's, stabbed down into it, I'm just going to, like, take my extra attack as, like, leverage and try to just slice it in half or whatever. As I...
Continue the blade through.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead. Just make sure to hold down Alt for the advantage for the Vow. Going through the secondary attack, 28 hits. 18 points slash damage. Are you smiting?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, you are.
Okay, kind of unsmite. Bring off another upcast of Divine Smite, 18 and 12, 30 total. How do you want to do it?
I
Oh,
want
baby.
to just, like if I'm right above it and I went right in the middle of it, I'm gonna like use the blade as a lever and like, put my wings away and just let gravity pull me down with it.
The It's going to take 30 points of damage, gravity pulling down, kind of slicing through. This is all happening one time, so you're still kind of coming through the creatures you're coming through, and you can see it kind of splintering, cracking as it kind of works itself up. And the eye ray is kind of pulled up and just seems to detract as it's kind of falling down towards the ground. We now come to the effects that's currently on the two party members here. The paralysis is going to be ended for both of you here. So after the death of the creature, paralysis is ended. But the petrification is not. So the restraint is still there. Varys, you'll have to make the saving throw at the start of your turn. Or the end
Now
of your turn. I should
Thanos
say.
is free and they fucked up now. Those mages are in for it.
Alright, we come to the mage pointing in the direction of you, Maldor. Continue. That one. He points towards Thanos. And he sees this mage begins to move 30 feet to get a closer angle on you, Thanos. Comes within range. Let's see in terms of spell.
This better be a fuck ton of XP.
Supposed to be some XP, man. Okay. It is going to cast Chain Lightning. And it's going to bounce that lightning to Varys.
Of course it fucking is.
So the first cast that I'm
will
going to make.
absorb elements.
Okay, so preemptively using Absorb Elements as your reaction here. It's going to create a bolt lightning that's going to arc. It's going to leap to 3 bolts, can leap from the target, and it only has 1 within the 30-foot range. So it's going to leap from the first target. Target can be creature or an object, and so there's going to be a dexterity saving throw made here. Unfortunately, fortunately for you, Varys, you're no longer paralyzed, but you are restrained. So I'm going to go ahead and throw off the 2 targets with the chain lightning and then cast.
You're no longer in an anti-magic field, though.
I have 1 HP. I'm gonna die.
Maybe he rolls really low and you can absorb elements and it does no damage.
That would be really low.
I don't think
don't know
that's
that it's-
possible.
I mean,
Like
he can
to-
roll. No, never mind. I didn't realize how.
Really low.
Less than the minimum amount that you can roll.
Varys, what's your total pool of health?
60.
So Varys, you're going to take 47 points of lightning damage, and you're going to fall unconscious state. The restraint is still there, so the petrification isn't going to stop. 23 points of damage to you, Thanos, for your absorb elements here. You're able to negate that. Let's
what's
see,
the success?
25 is success, so 47, 23, then 23 and half. So let me put 23 back to you. And I gotta reduce 23 by half. Take 11 points of lightning damage.
Oh, I couldn't even get to Varys if I wanted to.
And then is going to use 2 sorcery points to quicken, use X sorcery points to quicken a chromatic orb.
Fuck off.
Wait, it can
Just
Multiple
fuck
level
off.
spells around? Okay.
Okay, it's throwing lightning, right?
So it doesn't have it roll a disadvantage. There's no minimum range in the spell, which is kind of funny. It's going to hit you with a 21. That is going to be 13 points of fire damage. End of its turn. Thanos, you're up next.
Alright, well, fuck this guy.
Okay.
Or not.
Your first attack is a 10. It is going to preemptively shield with its reaction. To gain a bonus of its AC for the first attack, so the 10 is going to hit into the bubble and go in for your second.
Yeah, about that. I've seen that spell before. I'm going to target the other mage, try to get its reaction out while I'm at it.
Okay. It is going to preemptively use its shield as well. 24 is going to hit through the shield. You deal 23 points of piercing and necrotic damage.
Alright, and then I'm going to bonus action attack the one up top again.
Nice.
That's what it!
Fuck that guy.
Alright, that's 42 points of piercing and necrotic damage. Prompts for a saving throw. The dominate person is ended.
Oh yes.
Yeah, fuck these guys. I'm gonna go actually. Yeah, I'm gonna go stand over Varys' body to make sure.
Remember, you have half movement speed.
Oh, I do have half movement speed, don't I? So I'm going to halfway go to Varys' body. And end my turn here.
Alright, we come to Brugga. Brugga. Alright, so Brugga, taking a state of field of play, is going to see that Varys is down, sees the two mages, understands that the creature is now dead over on the north side of the field of play, is going to reach out towards the southern closest mage to you, Maldor, and begins to invoke powerful magic and their general direction for a power word stun. This is a high level spell, an 8th level spell. Speak power word as it emanates outwards, vibrating the sand and the air around it. Goes and flows into the creature's mind, and the creature has no saving throw real to make here because its hit points are actually 150 hit points less. So it is going to be stunned. It will make Constitution saving throw at the end of each of its turns to try to succeed. And so you can see that the mage now has been befell to that stunned effect. Brugga then is going to step a little bit closer, moving 30 feet, and begins to kind of look towards you, Maldor, and see through your eyes. Get your vengeance. And then looks to the other mage holding the staff outwards and gets ready to fight. Come to the other mage, the shield ending. They're stunned, taking their con save that it rolled, failing with the 6. They're still stunned. Baldur, you're up.
Did the one that got hit up top need to roll for concentration?
It did, and it
Yeah.
failed. So
Okay.
Baldur's no longer dominant.
Okay,
Yeah,
we're good
I'm
then.
not done with it here.
It would have had to roll like a 20 something to save.
You should not have done that. Maldor is going to burn 2 sorcery points to quicken a vortex warp. He is going to attempt to teleport that mage directly in front of him.
Okay. So using the quicken spell for Vortex Warp, it looks towards you, fronts itself, kind of sheltering, and you see as it succeeds with a 22 on its con save.
God damn these fucking saving throws.
That's how I always feel.
Yeah, you just need to stand on top of Lucar. Get that free
Lucar
plus
puts
5.
himself in really dangerous situations for me to stand on top of him.
All right, well, he's going to take his movement,
Now,
I
so
suppose.
good luck.
Okay.
I guess he'll just chuck out a Mind Sliver since he literally can't do anything else.
Creature succeeds with a 21. It's a DC 16.
Jesus fucking Christ.
All right, Varys, we come to your turn. Unconscious. You cannot make a saving throw here. You are now petrified and no longer restrained as the stone begins to engrace against your prone body in the sand like a tomb, like some ancient Egyptian pharaoh. You're now being encased. You're fully in stone. I also need you to make a death saving throw, please.
Just a D20.
You should see in utility on your hotbar. There should actually be
Oh.
a change of state.
Okay. How does that work?
All right, 19 plus 120, you're one step closer to life. You need 3 successes to become stabilized, and if you get 3 failures, you're dead outright. If you get a critical success or a critical failure, those will have 2 or immediate effects. So let's say you get a critical failure, you get 2 of death saves, which 2 out of 3 is not good.
Okay.
So you're one step closer to life, which is good. The real issue here that I'm going to announce for all of you is that Varys is encased in stone.
But we can't
So
stabilize.
you can't stabilize them. So literally Varys has to get a greater restoration here or they are dead. Because Cure Wounds is a touch. Healing Word you have to see. So this is where we come into play how do you provide healing here? That's the true question. Varys, we have to end your turn. Tegan, you're up next.
We hope to God that Brugga has wish.
This might be a hide in the tree situation. I think I'll at least kind of, not use the measure tool first of all. I'll at least kind of walk out here to kind of survey what happened, and I'll see the creature's dead, and I'll see the state Varys is in, and I'll be just as confused as to what to do. I think I'm just gonna cure wounds myself. At this point, I don't. Unfortunately, I'm kind of tapped.
Healing yourself.
The targeting's being weird. I'll just roll the D8 manually.
I think you're lagging, which is the issue. It's just not going through the roll. You can just manually do it though. Whatever can get the roll out. Max healing. So 8 plus your spellcasting mod, right? So you can go ahead and
5,
put that into your Go ahead and get you 13. You can put that manually into your character sheet. No worry.
And I'll kind of just hunker down where I am.
Okay. Right, Lucar, you're up next.
Okay, so the closest mage to me is 120 feet, but I'm 15 feet in the air. So I'm going to take my hasted action to dash, and then I'm going to Misty Step right behind him.
Okay.
Except I can't target myself.
Features space.
Yeah.
You don't need. You don't. Also, I don't think you need to target yourself, but
Or like to be able to click myself. I mean, like I could
Yeah.
click myself.
so you have that's 115 there. So you're gonna. So
Yeah, but
technically
I'm 15. I'm 15 in the air, right?
Yeah,
so I
yeah,
wouldn't be
so-
able to attack him.
No, but you can go anywhere around them. Is what I'm going to state with the Misty Step. You have enough. If you're going to Misty Step
Yeah.
as your bonus, you have enough to go anywhere around them with that.
Yep.
You don't need to use the spell if you don't want to, just to move your token in space, and then I'll put you at 0 feet elevation.
Got it. Okay. And then
All right, coming through with the first strike, the Bane of Barathun, 16. It's not going to lay as you strike into the shield. It's holding the staff of warding up, racing against the shield raised.
such a terrible roll.
And we the
Oh
secondary
my
attack,
God!
natural 1. So it's just a bad miss. You slip into the sand, coming back around, still covered in blood from the creature you're just engorged yourself upon. You're slipping across and you're unable to strike a clear blow.
Well, that sucks.
All right, we come to the creature's turn. The creature is now going to look at possibly getting itself out. It is going to Dimension Door.
We dispels in chat.
As they Dimension Door, a measuring distance from Bruga. Bruga is going to counter spell.
Fuck.
Bruga is successful in counterspelling the Dimension Door. The action wasted. They then are going to do another quickened spell here to throw off a firebolt in point blank range, which has disadvantage against you, Lucar. 11 is going to be a miss. That's the end of their turn. Thanos, you're up next.
Well, seeing as how Maldor is going for revenge, I'm gonna shoot the stunned one down here.
Okay.
Wait, am I within range? Fuck. Alright, well, I'm gonna walk back into my spot that I was in then. And then I'm going to shoot.
The range thing, kind of handy. I'm not gonna lie, especially in large maps like this. Just to be told, hey, I'm not in range. I gotta move closer. 16 is not going to land against the stunned creature. You can see as the bolt comes through, and on their robe, there's like a wave-like effect. Potentially has magical items, enchanted protection.
Alright,
Second attack still has the advantage from being stunned. They take 25. It's going to be a hit. That deals 22 points of piercing and necrotic damage.
bonus action for the hand crossbow.
Secondary attack here. Third attack here for the bonus action. That's 25, which is going to hit as well. That deals 23 points of piercing and necrotic damage into the robes.
Yep, and I will end my turn because that was all my movement.
All right, we come to Bruga. Bruga is going to go 25 feet. And Bruga is going to look at that individual in front of them. And they're then going to attempt to polymorph them into a little turtle.
Wait, you mean you don't just use polymorph on yourself? What? Blasphemy.
Right. So as they use their polymorph out, that individual has their reaction back up after going through turn. They're going to be making a check to try to counterspell. They're going to fail the counterspell. However, they succeed on the wisdom saving throw against Bruga's magic. They're not polymorphed. Getting up the reaction, as well as perhaps a save. Bruga kind of snickers a little bit and laughs at the effort. We come to the one that is stunned. They only get to make a Constitution saving throw to try to end from the power word. And that is a failure, not meeting the high DC of Bruga. Now you're up next.
That poor mage.
A reaction available. Heal. To try to counterspell the point.
And he is flanked.
In the arms of the angels.
Arms up. 21 hits, and that deals 28 points of slashing damage. Come through slashing through the back into the robes. Come across 12. They're able to move underneath as you move left to right with the axe swinging, dodging underneath.
And the echo.
Okay. Unleash Incarnation from the Echo's position. We're allowing the flank, right? 20 comes through, 34 points of damage as you slash in based on the line drawn. As I said, with the Echo is a targetable thing. So 34 points of slashing damage. This is comes through the Echo's position. Once through the back of the robes, creature ducks underneath, stands up. The Echo comes through and just like cleans and slices off the head of the mage. Kind of topples down with the staff into the ground.
I distracted it for you.
Action surge. He's just gonna keep hitting it. He just keeps beating the fucking corpse,
Just beating into the corpse.
and that ends his turn.
Love the
Alright,
character
Varys.
choice.
I need you to make a death saving throw, please.
Ooh.
Natural 1. You are 2 death saves with the natural 1. If
Ah.
you make one more, if you make one death save to a failure, you will be outright dead. This will be the end of your turn. Tegan, you're up next.
Okay.
God, what the fuck, man?
So my thing is just shitting the bed, and I wasn't able to change my HP, but I should be at 24. Can I use my action to try to perceive if any more of these guys look like they're gonna make their way down anytime soon, and where
You
they
can
could be
make-
coming from?
You take your action to perceive. Right now, it's too chaotic to get a first glance with your passive, so you could roll an action to see if you can see anything else.
I need a hero to save me now.
So 16, getting a indication here. Basically, your same thing with your passive. It's too chaotic. There's crowd pushing and shoving themselves to leave. There's other that are turning around to kind of grapple the mages. Town folk as well. There's Talthar soldiers that are there that are kind of armed as well. So they allowed to bring arms into the Colosseum from Talthar. House Guard are fighting, grouping together. There's not many of the mages that are up there, courtesy of what you're seeing, but there's a large amount of spell casting happening, and there is mass casualties as those spells are being casted because they're blindly attacking through them with cone of
Is there any sort of
lightning bolts and fireballs.
Is there any sort of like indication that can tell to see which way the battle's going, or no?
All I can tell you is that there is again, what I just stated is that there is few
Mass
of them
casualties.
and many of others. So there's many of the House Guard, there's many of the Talthar soldiers, and they are kind of ganging up at this point against the few of the mages that are there.
Okay. I'm gonna take off in a full dash towards Varys. Yeah, and just at this point, I don't know what I'm gonna do, but I'm gonna try. So,
Okay.
full dashing. I got nothing else, so it's gonna be it.
Okay.
I just realized I can't dash because I use my action to perceive, so it only be 30 feet.
All right, I'll backtrack you 30 feet there. No worries. Don't move yourself. I got you. Lucar, you're up next.
You're muted if you're talking, Lucar.
Oh shit. Sorry. Yeah, so I was gonna take my hasted dash, as I have been doing. And as soon as I make contact with this guy, I'm slicing.
27 hits. 16 points of slashing damage. You come through the robe, slicing through.
I'm going to add a level 1 smite.
Okay. 11 points of radiant damage. The target's not dead, bleeding profusely from wounds on the body.
My
Move
extra
through the
attack.
secondary attack. 29 hits. That's 18 points of slashing damage. Are you smiting?
No.
Okay. Takes the 18 points of damage and dies as you come through the center of the chest, coming clean through. whipping their body, they begin to fall forward. That is the end of combat for now. As the chaos is happening in the distance of crowd, Brugha begins to yell at both of you. Come, 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 come! Begins to run in the direction of your friend, who is on the ground. But the time it takes to run to Varys, we have to have one death saving throw. No one can get to Varys in time to stop that roll from happening. So, Varys, in the initiative order, and keeping with that, I need you to make one death saving throw, and then I'm grouping all the tokens together.
I don't wanna do it.
I believe.
All right. Oh,
You did it.
16, you're one step closer to life. You see as Brugha begins to tap into the wrist pocket space, pulls out the same, this really interesting cylinder that has unique kind of runes upon it. The tapping into that space, and as they go to twist that, they yell at you to touch their shoulders. And you reach out and touch the shoulders of Brugha. As they're using that, teleportation begins to grow and form. And then as that happens, dimension doors of other mages hit into the sand. And then you are teleported out of space. Bring you back to this map, just because I know, Brendan, your computer right now, in terms of space, is having difficulty. So this should be easier to load in than the other map, which is Brugha's Magic Shop. But you're not going into Brugha's Magic Shop per se. You're actually going in underneath Brugha's Magic Shop. So as you come into that space, there's many different gears and cogs and other things that are working above you as a tinkerer's room. So there's different sorts of twisting and turns of cogs that are above you. Steam is kind of funneling in with multiple different spouts. And then inside of this place is a central workbench with multiple tools, horizontal as well as vertical, and suspension by different hangers as well as magical things. So, Varys, as you come in, you're on the ground of metal grating with plating underneath and a slight flow of water underneath, perhaps the actual sewers of the city tapped in for well, whatnot. You are in space, and as Brugha begins to ruffle through different components on the table as well as spaces, they begin to use Greater Restoration to try to release you from this petrification. But in that time, I have to have one more death saving throw. You can do that as a flat con roll if you'd like. Constitution saving throw.
Nice.
2. So you are now stable with your successes. Greater Restoration is used from a spell scroll that Brugha can pull outwards from a collection of magical items that they have. They're able to use that spell against you, cracking into the petrification, breaking apart the stone, and then you are just unconscious at this point.
Immediately cure wounds.
Throwing on Cure Wounds, giving you some health here.
I'll dump my entire lay on hands in him. Take my gift!
Throwing off healing, Varys, you arise, gasping for air. Still okay. Multiple different wounds, but now those wounds are healing from the Cure Wounds and Lay on Hands. Brugha holds the staff and flicks it a little bit, and the staff collapses into a tiny little pencil object, like a little stick. And they begin to put it within their cuff of their kind of robe work between their breasts, basically. As they put it in, they look around the shop. Welcome, Brugha's Tinkerer Room. You're welcome. There's no doors here, but there are 2 glyphs on the north and south of the room, suggesting that they operate similar to Felgen in terms of teleportation, just teleport to spaces. Oh yeah! Woo! Is right. Whoever
Oh,
came
yeah,
to
we
the
girls.
yeah, whoever came to the mic.
So
We're just happy that Varys is alive. Honestly.
Tegan celebrating?
I'm so
guess
sorry.
so.
I can't fucking function. I'm still like in shock.
I'm gonna light up some halfling leaf and then I'm gonna hand it out to Varys too and be like, I know you want this right
You'll smoke that shit.
now.
You all are safe here in Brugha's shop. Brugha's shield.
Thanos is gonna go find a dark corner and pass the fuck out.
Only Brugha teleported here, and nobody followed Brugha.
Thank you, Brugha.
thank you, Brugha. I
You're
I
welcome.
I'm
don't
gonna
know
give her
what
a
to
big
do.
wet kiss on the cheek.
Thank you so much, Brugha.
Thank you, broken leg.
I'm gonna motion for her to come see, and when she walks over, I'll give her a kiss on the cheek.
Bruga likes kisses. Thank you, Bruga.
Thank
very
you so much.
appreciates.
Maldor's just gonna put a hand on Tegan, cast healing hands, and just give him an empty look, and then just turn around and walk away.
Listen, there's no hard feelings. I know. And I know how much you hate not being in control. And I don't hold it against you. They're powerful mages. They have ways to control us that we can't understand. It's fine.
Those weren't just powerful mages. Those were magi of reckoning. This
Are
music,
they-
oh my god, this is great. I gotta turn it down though.
This is so funny. Magi of Reckoning is that Damodar's army of mages.
Perceive so. The reckoning are they are mages of sorts, comprised of wizards, sorcerers, warlocks. Alright, I gotta stop it. This is great, but I can't handle this music right now. No, we'll get back to just the basic here. It's hard to do Bruga's voice when I'm hearing like trumpets and in the background. Definitely fits the vibe of what's happening here, but like if Bruga wasn't here, going through serious conversation. The Reckoning are hated by the Telthars. There was first and second reckoning that was not really reckoning, but they were those that were evil, wanting to destroy, take. Second reckoning led to the death of a Queen Telthar. The reckoning now, they are neutral. They have been won over by Damodar, it seems.
Pretty sure they're the same mages that we saw in the tavern, Tegan.
For sure.
You have seen these and you live? Bruga.
Damodar let us go, really, more than lived. Yeah, he's tried to recruit us multiple times, really.
And it seems that recruitment has failed and now they come to kill you.
Yeah, I don't know. Something about him. I don't like anything about him, really.
I presume this is not normally how the competitions are conducted.
It is not. No.
Murder
is
in the crowd
unforeseen.
would seem bad for business.
Bruga thinks that Kulrez did not know. But Bruga needs to think. More magic.
I just don't know where we go from here. I don't know if the mages retreated or
They are
A lot.
powerful. They are powerful mages, but they are not Bruga. The might of the Telthars, as well as her Kulrez, is strong. Colosseum has stood. They will be able to defeat them, and the crowd will turn. They will retreat.
I have a sneaking suspicion that the Colosseum wasn't really their focus, it was us.
No, I know. It's just a lot of people died here today. A lot more than they should have.
Is casualties of war? It's not a
Starting.
war that you're fighting. It is a war of magic.
Seems we are fighting it whether we want to or not.
Brugger does not know. Right, you don't. Got put in a bad spot. Brugger's sorry for that.
There's nothing for you to apologize for. There's not enough thanks that we can give you for getting us out of there. We definitely would not have made that out in one piece, and Varys wouldn't be here to tell the tale.
You are most welcome. Wearing my desk. You're welcome.
She crosses her legs and starts floating in the air.
Ah, that's much better. I would not fear these mages coming after you. Unless you come into the public again. Remember, you all are shielded. Brugger cannot see you. This plan was put in motion by someone who tracks you. Physically, not magically. The eyes of Damodar must be Brugger.
I thought he wasn't able to track us because of us being chosen. Unless someone's been following us.
He's doing it physically,
This
yeah.
is what Brugger is saying to you.
Alright, well. I'm not opposed to leaving. I just want to make sure we get our motherfucking money.
Lathan is a large city. You might be able to just hide yourselves. Make way through city, do what you need to do. Brugger does not know what you intend to do.
But that much gold, they said we'd have to do a transport. Or have it be transported elsewhere.
Could become problem. Like I said, public. Perhaps this
I
is
mean-
something to discuss with Coolres themselves.
That's what I was gonna say. We need to probably
Brilliant findings alive, Vera.
we probably need to take a evening, let everything cool down, and then in the morning go over there and figure out our whole situation. Maybe if they give us the gold back, or if we get the winnings for the tournament, and then figure out what to do with that.
I agree. Once I wake up, I can try to contact Coolres and make sure he's aware that we're going to be coming. But I think for sure there's nothing more we can do today. Because I'm done. I'm done for today. That was way more than we bargained for.
Yeah.
It's still early. I kind of want to go mage hunting.
As much as I'd love to see you do that, I think it might be a bad idea.
Sounds like a great idea. Fuck those assholes.
Thanos is already snoring in a corner.
Listen to me. You all may be very strong and powerful. But the reckoning is many mages. If they are here in the city, it would be good to lay low for A night, maybe 2. Stay with Bruga in her chamber if you wish. Bruga may
Did
go
you
with
see
Wild.
Did you see how many were in the stadium before we fled?
Bruga was in grandstand seeing them come. Bruga see before they arrive. Could make good effort to help you. There's 24 that Bruga could count. Could be more in a later somewhere.
We're very strong, but with their ranged abilities and their abilities to cast as many spells as they did as quickly as they did, I don't think 24 will be able to. I don't think that's something we could take on.
No, I agree. As much as I don't like it.
I think it'd be smart. Is there, Bruga, do you know of a circle such as these inside the estate of Kures?
Circle?
She didn't use the teleportation circle.
Oh,
I didn't use
Oh.
teleportation circle. I used this. Pops out of the wrist pocket space again. Special magical item.
special magical item. Could you get some of us or all of us to the estate?
I could teleport you into where Kulores would be, yes. That is, if Kulores is friendly or not. Could be enemy.
It's
Depends on
true.
grand scheme, put up by Kulores.
You think he set us up?
I think
Bruga will
I
take
don't
time.
think he set us up.
Bruga will take time and try to see what Bruga can see.
Okay.
Yes, I can. Bruga can teleport you. Bruga can be there too.
On that note, then I'd love to have more conversations with you, Bruga, but I'm in a lot of pain and I think I'm gonna go to sleep.
More than welcome to sleep in workshop. Bruga only has 1 chamber, 1 room, big bed. 2 can sleep with him.
I'm going to try to quietly walk over to Thanos and pick him up in his sleep.
Picking up Thanos in his sleep.
Yeah. I don't know what a roll would be to perceive that, considering
I
his
mean, he has
levels of
3
exhaustion.
levels of
I'm
exhaustion.
fucking yeah. I'm so beyond done. Oh yeah, you took away the. Okay, yeah. Let me go ahead and put that 3rd level on.
And he'll walk over and say, Bruga, Thanos will keep you company tonight, and lay him in the bed.
There's no bed in this particular chamber. Bruga will have to kind of teleport to that because there are 2 magical circles that are here, and that could go to different compartments within their labyrinth that they have created. So they're kind of going into in the realm of saying, why do they teleport you here? It's probably the largest space that they have that is
Right.
not filled with things, right? Because there's a large metal grating and stuff, and there's kind of a workbench at the center point, and there's tools hanging and suspended, and as well as the sides. This is where they tinker. This might even be where they make magical items or work on magical items and certain things, right? It's just one of the larger spaces they have. Considering it might be underground, right? That they can't create big spaces. So, but the bed chamber, they can definitely teleport Thanos there for sure.
Yeah. I'll just say, Thanos deserves a bed tonight, so if you wouldn't mind, he'll keep you company.
He's not going to get rid of any of that exhaustion.
Bruga will cure your exhaustion.
Thanos comes out tomorrow with no levels of exhaustion. Everyone's like, "Wait, what?"
How's he alright?
Come, Bruga. Bruga gives you good rest.
And then once he's done delivering Thanos, he'll just go over in the same corner that Thanos was sleeping in, just to piss him off when he gets back tomorrow.
You lay down Thanos onto one of the magic circles. You see Bruga walk over to it, teleport them off. At this point, Thanos, you're coming into a small bedchamber. There's no kitchen here or anything like that. It's literally just this grand king-sized bed on a metal and wooden frame with kind of a silhouette of different silks and things draping over, with green kind of reddish blankets of silk, cotton pillows, plushness to it. And then there are vanities made out of these nice fine armoire wooden things and stuff, vanities with armoires and wardrobes and things, just all about, and shelving as well with other sorts of knickknacks and things of jewelry that are not magical but just prized and nice to look at, artwork and things. The space still has the same blackish bronze metallic work that is kind of welded. Same thing with the workshop, the same thing with above potentially, right? And there are some gears and things that are above here as well, creating a slight kind of noise constantly, but not as many as in the workshop was. It's more or less pipe work, like duct work that kind of comes through the top end here, usually going to other areas. There is one thing that catches your eye, that this room has a door, and that door exists on the northern end, perpendicular to the bed, 15 feet. Space itself is about 20 by 20. It's 20 feet wide, 20 feet long, and then height-wise, it's only about 7 to 8 feet. It's not very high up as well. The workshop is slightly larger in height as well as length and width. So that door catches your eye. It has a metallic kind of diagonal-like handle that comes off at a corner edge diagonally and then has like a kind of an up thing, almost like a V that's been turned to the side. And it's kind of open, like there's like a crack. And so when Bruga, after kind of coming through the teleportation, Bruga is going to use a floating disc and kind of lower and press the disc underneath you and help you kind of lift up so they can just like carry you over to the bed. You're kind of looking at that like half consciously at this point. And you can see inside of there seems like there are cylindrical glass vats with pipes and other things, and the vats are filled with liquid. And inside, you can see that there are figures in those glass vats through the crack. And as Bruga kind of ushers you towards the bed, oh, excuse me, Bruga shuts that door and then touches it. And you see like a magical seal, like almost as if they have an enchantment right in the door. Could be, a sort of different arcane seal to kind of seal the door, right? And make sure that no one can go in there. They touch that and then they come over. They just lower you down, dispel the disc. They kind of tuck you in a little bit.
Yeah, Thanos is just gonna close his eyes and pretend like he didn't see shit.
Were they all Tegan?
Yeah, Thanos is too far exhausted for that. I think my passive perception's like, oh, I actually do still have above a 10. Let's go.
Bruga is, the bed is pretty low to the ground. See, Bruga's just kind of petting your hair a little bit. Go to sleep. Kisses your forehead twice.
So uncomfortable. No take hair, Bruga. My hair.
Bruga, don't take your hair. Bruga, love your hair. You go to sleep. It's fine.
Yeah, Thanos says you were gonna put up a fight. You just no.
And then Bruga kind of walks away from you, goes back through the circle, then comes back into the workshop. Your friend is asleep.
Undoubtedly.
Yeah, I'm also like going to sleep. I'll like roll out a bedroll and like basically lay down facing the wall and take my long rest.
So facing the wall, getting your long rest in. Okay. Anybody else?
Brugo, perhaps tomorrow. I'd like to speak with you about some way to make this power that I possess more potent. As you saw, it was not particularly effective against our enemies.
Bruga does not know if the Bruga can help. Bruga. Bruga does not want to be reminded of home. And Bruga fears the power you have.
I possess many powers, perhaps not that one.
What power do you possess? Bruga wants. No, that's not that.
He's actually just going to take out one of his hand axes and just slice his hand. And he's like, there is power in this, and I would seek to concentrate it.
Power in your blood, Bruga?
Yes. Above table, he's interested in a Bloodwell vial.
Bruga will see what Bruga can do. Bruga take blood. Bruga do. Bruga try.
You can take as much as you need. I have plenty.
Ooh, Bruga will take more. Pulling a crystal vial out from a nearby at the bench, different glasswork, right? Begins to hold it the cut, collecting a large vial of the blood. Holding it and corking it. Sits it down back under the workbench.
And
Bruga
he's
lets you
just,
rest. Go for it.
he's going to just find a quiet corner, and he's going to take out the seed, the metal plate that the old one gave him. He's just kind of look at it, focus on it, and just, what good is your power if it can be used against me so easily? The less useful you are to me, the more you hasten your demise. And I'll just put it away and go to sleep.
So is everyone getting in a long rest?
Yes, in the form of halfling leaf and meditation.
Halfling leap.
Yeah, I just got high as shit and then went to bed.
That's awesome. Okay.
Versus like disassociate with real life as much as possible, right?
I feel like Varys would be really paranoid high. That's just maybe not as bad as Tegan, because Tegan would be uncontrollably paranoid high, but
I just pulled out the really nice mellow indica strain.
yeah, the super mellow one.
That's probably why he went to bed. Like he smoked it to like be like, "Oh, this will calm my nerves." It made him a little anxious. He's like, "Actually, going to bed." That was rough. Embarrassing.
You guys hear me?
Kick the bucket.
Yep.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay.
Oh,
I heard you. You said you were going to. Everyone's resting. That's what I'm going through right now, right?
Da.
Okay.
It still shows me as dead.
Yeah,
That's a problem.
I have to go through your character sheet here.
eh,
'Cause
you'll be alright.
You are dead. You're no longer dead.
What?
Ta-da.
I believe in you.
We didn't try to stick you in a bag of holding this time.
Thank God. Yo, some kind of fucking.
Thank Orsovus.
Big
Nah, I mean-
Orsivus.
If you died, I just would have fed you to Artemis. It would have been fine. Or
Instead of
Herbert.
trying to revive me and bring me back. All right, time to eat. Like,
Yeah, man, gotta keep the pets happy.
that's good.
Got an owlbear to Artemis.
Okay, so at this point, after a series of hours has passed by, letting you all rest, Bruga has went through the other magic circle in the opposite space, teleported themselves away, just letting you all kind of have a moment to rest here in the work area of sorts. Again, just letting you do what it is that you kind of need to do in terms of getting your long rest in. You can go ahead and go through your character sheets there, prompt yourself with long rest. And nothing has really, again, changed in terms of space. You're still inside underneath this area, which is, again, not entirely large. It's just a kind of getting an understanding of space and surroundings and measurements and things. You're looking at basically a 45 by 45 foot space. This bronze black welded metal walls. There is a workbench of sorts at the center. It's not rectangular, it's circular. And there are things upon there that are for tools and such, and other sorts of underbellies. Like it's kind of has like tiered shelving underneath it, so it's kind of more like a column that comes down. There's no pillars in the room. There's not really pedestals or anything, except the tools, right? So the tools are kind of suspended. They're almost just like hovering, like in the air around here. And then there is some shelving embedded into the walls every so often. And now getting a better look at the shelving, right? Books, perhaps. Some of them have books, other sorts of maybe manuscripts or things that you would need for crafting magical items, reagents, and such, which wasn't really your focal point of attention. Focal point of attention was your wounds, healing yourself, getting yourself bandaged up, finding a cozy spot to hunker down and to rest. So, with that said, everyone getting their long rest in, you now kind of wait for Bruga, if you will, or Thanos. I don't know what you're doing. Bruga's not in there with you, and it's surely not time for night, anyways. So there is a period where you're all kind of alone.
He's just in there waiting. Just
I'm gonna do it dumb and go investigate that door.
Okay. The order.
They're so loud. They're so loud.
There's-
It's
there's
so
so-
annoying.
I know.
As you approach the door, you hear all of the clones begging for help. Let me out of here.
I just hear lots of Tegan's voice behind the door. Like, how the fuck did you get back here? What?
What the fuck? Where am I? What the fuck's going?
They're all just chilling in a Roman bath together.
All have fishing poles.
Okay, so you're going to be investigating the door. Go ahead and make an investigation check.
Oh, son of a bitch. I'm still. Maybe this was a bad idea.
You're exhaustion level 2 now, not 3.
Yeah.
We get 1 exhaustion level per.
Yeah. I still rolled pretty decent.
Yeah, that's not bad. So your investigation 13 here, as you look, the whatever Bruga did sealed the door itself, like fused the metal together. The hinges are inside of the wall, so there's no exposed hinges, and it seems as though, based on the sounds that you're hearing from right coming through, there's still sound a little bit. Is that there's gargling of water and flowing of water and steam hissing from inside that kind of echoes. Not a very big spot in terms of the sound travel and things. So kind of curious. Now, there's shelving units, 2 stacked. Some of them are wooden, kind of anchored into the metal. So now you're having wooden accents in here, whereas everything else is really metal and stuff. So Bruga now keeps it kind of classy. The vanity slightly raised, has 3 panels of mirrors, so you can get a good focal point when you're dressing. The armoire is filled with tresses and other silk robes and things. There's another armoire just filled with staffs. And yeah, I mean, you're just kind of getting an understanding and a feel for the room and who Bruga is, maybe as an individual. The artwork and the portraits, from the look of them and the age of this, and how old some of these pieces are, show Bruga in the portraits. with other gnomes. You see like the construction of Felgim from the tower being built in one of the portraits. And you're kind of looking at that, and you look at the actual writing for the year that this is wrote. This is now suggesting that Brugge is hundreds and hundreds of years old.
Looking pretty good for how old she is. Yeah, I would just touch the glyph and try to teleport myself back and see if it works like Felgum did.
Okay, so you go up to the glyph and you teleport yourself back, and you do appear in that space where the rest of your party is in terms of room. Let's see here. I'm going to go ahead and activate a scene after I remove some effects. It's like the orb protection is stacking quite high. And this is for you, Brendan. I actually recreated this map a little bit to try to make it less. So this gives you a little bit of visual. This is all with tile work. I just created this really quickly, but it emanates the room. It's kind of how the room looks. It's just void of some things that are on a permanent map that I had. So you should be able to load into this pretty quick.
Okay, I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
So yeah, I'm just in the corner, big chillin'.
I'm also in another corner, big chill.
I'd probably go find Brugge
Hey yo,
at
we
some
big
point.
chillin'.
Thanos, you are absolutely glowing.
Yeah, I don't know why that is.
Because you spent the night with Brugge, obviously.
You're glowing right now?
Yeah, he's got
Yeah.
a big,
I think my
like,
gift is still active on him.
yeah, the inspiration or something.
Oh,
I
well,
don't. I deleted it. I didn't see it originally from my screen, so.
That's funny.
Yeah, I think
Hey
while
buddy.
waiting on everybody. Oh, well, go ahead. I'll let you roleplay that.
I'm just gonna look at Tegan. No words.
Did you have fun? Did you learn a
I-
lot?
Rested.
You look like
Hmm.
shit.
May have overdone it a little bit in the arena. A little bit.
Hey,
I mean, I probably wouldn't be alive, so I'm glad you look like shit because I probably would have died.
listen, from one crossbow expert to another, I just maybe against creatures that are harder to hit, you try to focus a little more. You know, focus on hitting center mass, you know.
Didn't you run away and hide?
I was placing myself in a strategic position.
And what did you do from said strategic position?
Tried to assess the situation with a stable and calm mind.
Supervised.
So you ran away and hid. I got it.
Says the guy who's invisible 90% of the time. But whatever.
Literally like 8 hours out of the day.
They are a quality 8 hours, though.
So are we going to go kill the rest of those mages now?
I think they're still out there.
I don't think you're killing anything right now.
Oh, I feel fantastic right now.
You look like you need 4 more naps.
Just 2.
He can feel it. He just needs to.
Mm-hmm.
I may not move very fast right now, but I can still shoot.
So until Brugge gets back with the information, I don't want to start messaging people because I could send to Coolres and see what the situation is.
Yes,
But-
if we have to siege his holdings, it would be better he did not know we were coming.
It's true. So, do we think? It's just I don't know if we did something to alert our presence here. If someone in the Golden Hand is secretly with Damodar,
I think you you go to like what's the word for it? You like go to 0 to 100 every time something bad happens. I think us walking into a coliseum, announcing our group named everybody, and publicly fighting where multiple times you showed off your gift is what gave it away.
But a floating eye monster does not just magically appear.
I think
No.
that's literally what they do, actually.
But they would have, if you think about it, like
Ruga literally saw them walk in.
No, she saw the mages walk in.
The mages, they were there in this crowd, and they just literally robed themselves up. We're talking about alter self, maybe, right? In terms of spells, they might have ended the alter self, and then they put on their masks, right?
But we're dealing with a guy who is more powerful than all of us and has a lot of connections. So, you know, I think the idea that we're gonna like, without any real evidence, figure out where and why he went after us in the way he did is just gonna make us upset.
Less concerned with how he found us and how he set it all up, and just wondering if he had any help that we should be aware of. Because if we were set up by Kulores, then yes, we should destroy his entire property and him along with it.
oh, also while everyone's here, Tresgol said if I don't free the dragon things, he's gonna come and destroy the place.
Well, see, there you have it. It might be we could tag team it.
The public perception of us probably wouldn't be the best if we were assisting a dragon and destroying a vital part in this city's ecosystem. But
Also, how did Tresgol know? Did you tell him?
no, the thing is, I think our relationship is different than our relationships to the dragons we were supposed to slay. Because of our mutual beneficiary relationship, I believe our connection can be open and disconnected at any time either of us pleases.
So he's spying
But
on you.
what I'm saying is, he connected to you, and then you were like, "Hey, man, there's some of your servants here."
I'm not gonna lie to him.
You literally, that's like one of the things you're best at, is at lying to people.
Why would I want to lie to Tresgol? He's been nothing but beneficial to us. He's an extremely powerful ally. Why would I want to, in any way, try to deceive him?
I just don't know why you'd want to bring his wrath on a city of people that didn't
I didn't
do
want
anything
to. That was kind of his idea. I wasn't like, hey, you should pull up and mollywop these people.
At least you know now that you can't be intimate without him watching.
That's horrifying.
But true.
Absolutely horrifying.
The
Why
cost
would you
of
say
the
that to
cost
me?
the cost of being a herald, Tegan.
Menage a Tresgol.
Menage a Tresgol.
I just like to watch.
I just like to watch. That's
What type
funny.
of intimacy are you guys talking about?
Checkers.
Checkers. That's good.
Dragon
I
chess.
thought, I was gonna say, I thought Tresgol enjoyed dragon chess, not checkers.
is-
Why would he watch you play checkers?
Exactly.
In
He plays
fairness,
dragon chess with people he doesn't know. He plays dragon checkers with his friends. That's why it's more intimate.
Mm.
In fairness, if you found out that your grandchildren were being held hostage and being forced to battle to the death, you might want to come blow up a building or two also.
I wouldn't describe them as grandchildren. They're more like created servants.
They're obviously still loyal because they recognized me as the Herald and immediately wanted to know where he was.
And then you murdered them.
Yes, it was very fast. We had something to do. Tresgol doesn't hold me responsible. We're pretty chill. Anyway,
Do you think he'll be upset if I carve up their bodies and make armor out of it?
that I
I
don't
don't think they
know.
have those types of scales.
I think he's very means to an end type of person, so I think he'd appreciate that they're being put to use.
Against Damodar, So okay.
It's true. Which we know he fucking hates Damodar. That is one thing I know for certain.
It seems to be universally true, honestly, to anyone not under his control.
So here's the other thing. These mages, do we think they're being controlled or were they coerced to his side?
Well, they were already the enemy of the Talthar. It probably didn't take a lot of negotiating to get them to align themselves against the Talthar.
Yeah, I mean, it's
True.
either join Damodar, which is probably pretty enticing for a group of rogue mages, or continue to fight the Talthars without any allies.
Yeah, there's no. I thought maybe there'd be a way to kind of sway their allegiance, but
Well, if we swore to help them destroy the Talthars, perhaps.
the thing is, I don't. What's the ultimate goal? Is it just the Talthars? Because if Damodar succeeds, is he? See, that's the thing where we don't really know Damodar's ambitions, so we can't.
He's the only one who has not been forthcoming with exactly what he's up to. Everyone else has been rather straightforward. But surely he has something larger in mind than just toppling a dynasty. It seems rather mundane.
I don't. Again, we haven't really had the chance to talk. I kind of pull out the coin. I mean, we got this, but I don't think now's a good time.
I do not think Brugger would appreciate that, no.
No.
He may not even be able to get in here, honestly.
How
That's true.
badass is she, dude? Holy shit.
Did
She.
you say they were on the same power?
I wouldn't have made it out of there. I feel like some of us could have escaped, but Ferris, you definitely wouldn't be here without her. And that's not shade, I'm just saying.
I mean, there's no shade. I almost fucking died.
I think we got caught with our pants down thinking things were going to go a lot easier than we did.
I
Well,
just
I
seem to
think-
remember Lucar saying, "Don't poke the bear."
The bear of
I mean-
destiny.
Yes.
Let's just talk about for a moment the fact that Balrugar told us he has thousands of children and that many of them all serve Damodar now. So I'm gonna go find Brugga and ask her if there's anything we should be seeking out to help us with these fucking things, because that anti-magic cone was
The Achilles heel of the eye monster.
Well, if we just
unpleasant.
use. Oh my god, it's infuriating. If we just use the new crafting guide, we can make a great axe of Balroggar spawn slaying.
Balroggar spawn slay. I love it. That's great. See, as Baruga comes in from the southern circle, who's opposite the one of the bedchambers on the north,
Speaking of,
turns and looks towards all of you. Everyone well rested?
No.
Just-
all but that one.
Yeah.
I'm so sad. Such a pity. Baruga could have given you a good rest, but Baruga didn't want to take your innocence. So pure.
No checkers for you.
Why can't I play checkers with Brugga?
Baruga will play checkers with you.
You are a free man. You can do as you wish.
You weren't in a state to give consent, that's why.
Baruga has done some digging in the city, looking to see. They are reckoning they're still here. They are patrolling, looking for Baruga. But don't worry, Baruga Magic Shop. They cannot find. You can hold out here and wait. Stay as long as you wish. Or I can take you somewhere else.
Do you have any inclination as to Kulorez's level of complicity with the things that have transpired?
Kulorez seems to. Ruga believes Kulorez is innocent. Kulorez was moved to their compound. Lots of guard, and they are protected. Ruga doesn't think they would attack if we went in. After all, enemy of my enemy is my friend.
They definitely owe us an explanation.
And a large amount of coin.
And bodies.
And Bruga gets a large amount of coin too.
Bruga could care less about coin. Bruga like coin, but Bruga care more about life.
Should I message Kulorez and let him know that we'll be on our way? Is that what you want to do?
I suppose, I mean, what else are we going to do? We have coin to collect, and then we were intending to go back to the marsh. Has that changed? What do we do from here?
We could. I mean, my thinking is we settle our, affairs here with the coin, and kind of tactically retreat and let them fuck around here, thinking we're here. And if I had to pick any place, I would say Fort Theron would be the best bet for us to kind of
Fort
regroup
what?
there. See Fort Farron, excuse me.
Oh.
And see what is going on there, and then make our way into the marshes.
I don't have a problem with that.
Fort Varen's kind of far out of our way for going to the Martians.
I do.
Oh, not.
Also, we're gonna get a boat. Remember?
Uh,
Is there anywhere to dock it in the marshes?
General,
The boat
maybe?
was we're going south.
Oh yeah, we were going to go to General.
It's a big river.
So the northern bay, in much of the southern bay too, is encrusted in rocky cliff sides and things. Very similar to like a pirate's cove is a really good way to describe it. You have these kind of natural protection from the cliffs as they begin to work lower and lower and lower, eventually forming into beachheads where you have two settlements, Alethan and Paline, who have built upon those beachheads for their docks, right? So that's a very strategic position. It's not just like sand the entire way. The other part is the river's entrances that are given way, which allow beachheads as well, which you do have one in the marshes of Baling. And that actually is a massive delta as well. So it's just like the Gordon River, which is where Lathan is settled on that beachhead, where on the south side is occupied by a massive river delta, and they take advantage of that through farmland and scaffolding of wooden planks and houses and other things, right? That's all kind of occupied, which is kind of showed by the city map just on the bottom right side. You notice there's like farms and different things that are forming, and that's just the other side of that massive, thousands of meter across river at that point. And they're able to do that. So where the marshes is that that's just open now, right? There's nothing in encroaching. Now, this river, could you take a boat up this river? You could, but again, you'd have to have a boat that has oars and is not large enough that you can get the oars in the water. So you'd be looking at more like a river galley or something, which Cedric Bay Company runs river galleys to go up and down the river because they maintain the river and the water rights to that. You could also get a smaller boat and just sail in, get in a little bit of ways till the current starts taking you, and then dock, right? And lower the anchor. We get into play. You'd have to work all together then because we'd have a big kind of a ship that needs sails and rigging and stuff, and we'd have to be proficient with sails and rigging and ships in general, right? You also have to procure that boat in addition to the river galley. You're going to go that direction too. Definitely plausible, definitely doable, definitely especially doable with coin. just by going to the shipwright and buying a boat is easy enough. I think what, time wise is, when are we going to do that? Are we going to kind of hold up here for a couple days? Are we going to get right now? Are we going to just kind of go into the compound right where Coolrez is at, speak to Coolrez, and from there see if Coolrez can give you some proper beds? Brugger doesn't have beds, right? That's the problem. This isn't like a place to live. You're more than welcome to saddle up here or even take you up to the shop above, but the rest of the labyrinth is tiny. It's not very large. You have little tiny corridors for a goblin. So, none of you are small. So, maybe getting to the compound and staying there might be better hospitality, but now you're out in the open. So if there's any eyes in Coolrez's house, they'll see you. And that could instigate another attack if the Magi of the Reckoning are still after you. Remember, magical tracking is not a thing they can do. You all are hidden from that. So this is more of a physical thing. They have to see you, recognize you to advance. And they might not even really have known what you look like. They might just have known that you all were fighting. Right? They might have got a very rough description of you as a party. And then knowing that triggered a cascade of events that said, hey, this is them. Right?
Also,
So now they know what you look like personally.
Tresgol, Tresgol had said his exact directions were to free them, and was I supposed to escort them out, or?
No, it was insinuated that you would try to get Coolrez to ship them back. Right?
Yeah,
Coolrez
deliver
has
them
the
home.
exactly. If Coolrez has the capabilities of getting there, Coolrez should have the capabilities of getting them home. And if Coolrez wasn't going to do that, Tresgol was literally going to show up and destroy the Colosseum to get them out.
Yeah, because you can't just turn them loose here, right? Like they'd just be running around outside the city or something.
Exactly. They're intelligent enough to speak, but they're not intelligent enough to be as coordinated as navigating through a populace like this, and then also getting through another populace of like this is way too far for this creature to try to get home at that point. So the idea of Tresgol knowing that was more or less using their intelligence to be, hey, work smarter, not harder, and get them to do it for you. And if they're not going to do it, then Tresgol most likely was just going to break them out and like carry them. Like literally, come here, my babies. Latch on to mama.
Okay,
More like,
so
come
you
here,
could
my
call-
slaves.
You could call Tresgol, and Tresgol can come pick y'all up
with the
with them.
After we kill all the mages with
And
Tresgol.
take you to wherever you're going to go. Well, the mages, when you could probably, are the mages really going to try to fight Tresgol? That might be more than they can bite off, so they might not even come at you with that.
No, but is Damodar gonna show up to finish off Tresgol?
Does Damodar have the power against Tresgol now?
Might be our opportunity to strike.
there's a reason why he imprisoned them instead of killed them.
He may not be able to kill him, but if he can imprison him, that's still.
Yeah, but didn't Tresgol say it took a shit ton of people to imprison him?
It
Like
took
Damodar
literally.
and the Lich, wasn't it?
It took Eri Thun. It took a giant
And the
mass
dragon, yeah.
Tresgol was a courtesy of their story. They were only defeated by the dragons. They weren't necessarily defeated by Damodar, because what was dealt to Tresgol, what was done, Tresgol was now kind of immune to whatever Damodar had done to the dragons. And when you think about what was spoken in terms of ritual, right? What was done? Because Porig, we've had a conversation with Porig. Porig gave their account of what had happened on the Well of the Nine Realms in Felgen. What do you have, Deegan?
The essence of Blue Dragon?
Exactly. And what was used in the ritual? Porig had said.
The stones.
Exactly. said he had witnessed the stones during the casting of the ritual that was used.
So without the
that-
stones, he can't imprison him again.
Damodar doesn't have the stone. You have the stone. In addition, right? Trescal is you'd have again. This is pieces of the puzzle, right? You need a lot of pieces to align for that. I think it's more or less Trescal's fear. Does Trescal really want to come out in the open like that and fight, or is Trescal really more or less just fleeing at that point, like coming in, swooping, doing what they need to do, and getting out as quickly as possible before people show up?
I think, as of right now, Tresgal should not be used as a primary option. I think we should try to negotiate with Coolrez. We can trade our information about who these people were, why they were there. Also use some of our winnings in the favor of, entertaining.
honestly, I don't think it really needs much negotiation. If do this or a giant dragon is going to come destroy everything you have is probably a fairly potent motivator. If he doesn't, fuck it, it's not our problem.
Not to mention, this fiasco happened on their watch. It's it's their failure.
That's assuming any of those things are even still alive. They could all be dead.
I don't think they'd all be dead. Because they had to have gotten a surplus and they wouldn't have risked not having enough.
I don't think Tresgal would ask you to bring them home if there weren't any to bring home.
Well, and I meant between the time that he said that.
I don't think they're worried about housekeeping while they have these mages running about.
Regardless, my point is, it's not really our problem. Tell them we're just giving them information. You should do this because if you don't, bad things will happen. If you don't, we don't care.
Yeah, we should do that after we get the money, though.
Yes.
Yeah. So, you guys okay with me sending Coolrez and let them know we're gonna be stopping by?
I mean, Baruga can just teleport us.
Yeah,
in.
we won't be stopping by. We'll be popping in.
Broca ain't going to leave you there alone. We pop in, and we pop out if we need to.
No, that's what I'm saying. But I don't want to just like pop in and be like, "Holy shit!"
I'll plan
It's-
another kiss on Bruga's cheek.
It is important to start negotiations from a position of power.
Much
Just
better
pop
power
in.
than showing
I
up.
think we should
Fuck
let
it.
them know.
If that's
Perhaps Bruga needs to say more about who Coolrez is, so you understand.
be helpful.
Coolrez. Coolrez is Belnok. Belnok are Dragonborn clan that serve and worship the Golden Lion, currently Horan. They live in Crystal Deserts, and they are very powerful in terms of their traditions and rituals. Coolrez is no longer Belnok. They left at an age, strong warrior they were, and they have spent many years building their power and favor. There are many that serve Coolrez because they are a person that Virgo would say is generous. They are about loyalty and honor. Their house is comprised not of nobility. Their house is comprised of common. Coolrez does not hold mages in their esteemed house. Only warriors, gladiators, the blade.
Didn't we
Coolra's
learn-
house is the house fortune in favor.
Of fortune in favor.
No, it's House
They
Coolrez.
work. They work together, but House Fortune in Favor is run by someone else.
Didn't we learn that the Belnok, now forgive my maybe inaccurate recollection of knowledge, but didn't we learn the Belnok was being influenced by some person that had been recently revealed themselves in the Crystal Desert? Didn't we learn that there was a new power there? someone who was claiming to be some messiah.
I'll check my notes, but I don't remember that at all.
Well, no, there definitely was.
He-Man.
Right?
So are you looking when that you were
I
getting
believe we learned it
information?
while we were in Othema.
Yeah,
Well-
this is a long time ago.
Yes, he calls himself Kulion. But the Belknap are opposed to whoever this person is.
No,
Right, and
that's not that's really true. So I'll probably try to funnel through information because there was a couple names that were dropped. And my recollection is this happened really quickly. So if you took notes on it, it probably was lost in terms of names. This happened on session 21. Priest Dumley Goldbelly is the source of this information. Priest Dumley Goldbelly has spent a number of times around the continent, particularly in the Crystal Desert. He spoke about their time with the Ravashid and how they used Black Hand temples that were buried in the Crystal Desert as safe havens. They then spoke that the Ravashid ride cloud rays, which are these gargantuan-sized creatures. The younglings picked from the Oasis, once of age, and never to be seen or spoken about again. And so the Ravashid are extremely nomadic and a solitude people. Even the parents, when the younglings are chosen, will speak that their children don't exist anymore. Like they never even had kids. Now, the Kuliak are a people that worship what is referred to as a fairy.
Mm-hmm.
And they believe the fairy to be a prophet. And that the Kuliak and the Belknap have been at war. Or conflict and strife. Now, the Crystal Desert, the towns that are there are not really towns. They are more communities with few structures, right? There's no cities there. So when you talk about the Belknap in terms of Nisquil, which is what was stated by Priest Dumley Goldbelly, if you're looking for the Belknap, you're going to go to Nisquil. It's more of an area that they have their buildings, their structures that are there. But they roam the desert and they hunt and they forage with what the desert provides. Where in the Oasis is a meeting place, right? So there's places there. It might be like a tavern someone's built up, drinking kind of place area, local watering hole-esque. But you're not going to find like a town, traditional town there. Lucere, same way. Just has a dock, other facets of things. So the Crystal Desert is a desert, and it is hard to live in that. Hard to survive.
I think if I remember correctly, we spoke about assuming that the prophet, the Farim, might just be Damodar doing things. Because I wrote down specifically that they thought he was birthing dragons or something like that.
Yes, that's what you all had assumptions of. Yeah.
So if anything, they are opposed to all these other people. The Belknap, I mean.
Right.
Yeah, now I remember. That happened so long ago.
Yeah.
Okay, well, am I warning him or are we just going?
Ruga sees no reason to warn them. I can
Alright,
see
well,
with my divination magic where they are, and we simply will just appear. And from there, we will have our hands raised and we come in peace.
All right,
It's
let's
going
go.
to look threatening.
You all fought in the Colosseum. Ulrez knows who you are. Ulrez knows you fought them.
Yeah,
Is every...
I think if anything, we can explain, what we think is happening and maybe get some good favor with him. But
I don't see any reason to lie to him.
yeah,
I don't think we have to lie to them. Aren't these their enemies?
No attention to lies, nothing for us to hide.
At
I
this
mean,
point,
I never said we should lie. I'm saying we can explain everything that's going on. And maybe we can get everything that's owed to us.
Yeah, for sure. I didn't mean more as lie as withhold information. I think we just spill the beans and be like, listen, it's fucked up, but this is what's going on, and we want our money. And if you don't, ship back to sender, Papa Trescal's gonna come and fuck shit up.
Yeah. Okay.
Ayo, Papa Tresgol.
Papa Trescal, do you hear me?
It's the Trezaddy now.
He does. He does hear
There's
you.
Zaddy.
Trezaddy.
Tresdaddy. Tresdaddy, please.
Trescal hears
Zaddy.
all.
Tresdaddy.
His daddy with a Triz.
No, it's Zaddy.
Zaddy.
Trezaddy.
Zaddy.
Trezaddy.
Tresdaddy.
Yeah.
Tresdaddy.
Yep.
I
Yep.
need you. Tresdaddy's coming, baby.
I don't have proficiency in TikTok. I'm not sure I'm going to understand.
I really.
I'm not even a zoomer.
All right, so Brugge hears you, kind of heeds you to gather around. At that point, begins to use teleport, and this time not using the cylinder, just using teleport in terms of what they're capable of spell. Just kind of have you all gather around, begin to teleport out of space. That is where we'll go ahead and end the session.
Woo woo.
Woo, woo.
Everybody's alive. Nobody's permanently maimed.
And we leveled up. 50,000 experience in one session. It was great.
Yeah. No.
Is that what you think?
I might get like 5K.
I mean, someone went down, but no one died. So
There was a lot of nat 20s rolled today.
We're a few.
True.
Although my nat 20 damage doesn't even touch your all's nat 20 damage, so
Your nat 20
What?
did more than my nat 20s.
I mean, if you count the damn smite it does, it was like 90 fucking points of damage or some
Yeah.
shit.
I can't believe that shit said near death and you hit it for 60 plus on that crit and it was still alive.
it was a little
Nice.
ridiculous.
my actual crit only hit for 28.
Well, the smite also got
Yeah, but
crit.
plus the smite, yeah, it also crits.
Yes.
Dude, honestly, I've been thinking about magical secrets, and with everything going on, how many times I had to teleport in that fight alone, I'm thinking Thunderstep might not be a horrible idea.
Thunderstep?
Yes.
Yeah.
What is that?
I mean, a lot of the times you have to teleport away because you don't have any offensive options. Though. Like you're
Do you
like,
not
oh,
have psychic lance?
But that's a bard, though. I mean, bards traditionally don't have offensive options. Their spell
it's not really
inventory
a
is
thing.
very limited of what options they have. And I don't know if damage is really what Tegan needs. I mean, you all
Right.
put out good damage. I think it's really just about like, more damage, always more damage.
what Tegan needs to do is sit everybody in this damn group down and talk to them about breaking all of his status effects all the time.
Damn it now, saboteur!
No,
I mean,
his
you have hypnotic pattern. Hypnotic pattern is probably easily one of the most powerful spells because you don't get saving throws at the end of turns at all. They're just always like that. It's a really powerful spell. I think immunity to charm-like effects. Certain monsters have that, which kind of helps. But in terms of party comp, for me anyway, seeing how you all are, it's definitely having Tegan going into a direction of just keeping with support would be beneficial. Anything to try to nullify magic or to boon or boost your party. I think you're fine. I mean, the fight is challenging. Yeah, the fight was really challenging. I think the fight, got away because we had really good rolls on our saving throws, and then all of a sudden we didn't have good rolls on the saving throws. And if you were able to boost those saving throws somehow, either through bless or with bardic inspiration, that could have been a different situation. So that could have been a difference there. But the difficult part about it is that regardless of what you have capabilities and what you're doing, is that creature with their anti-magic field they're putting out with this cone is just not going to help anybody. Like you can be the most uber powerful character, and that thing is still going to disable you.
Yeah.
And all of those eye rays, how they're firing, is still going to disable you. Right? So it's really just about the rolls. And Deuce put it really well, right? Hit it on the head. They kind of went all out right at the beginning to try to kill the creature, and they rolled really poorly. Could have been a completely different fight, right?
Yep.
In terms of rounds and death and things, if you just were hitting the mark, and you weren't, unfortunately. So
Yeah, I mean, if it doesn't paralyze me, I'm probably not at 1 hit point when I get chain lightning.
yeah, I think you all did really well in the fight. I think it could have got worse. I think people could have been down more. People could have been down. The dominate person could have kept going off, right? I think there was a lot of a lot that could have happened. So yeah, I think you all did really well. But can't fault any of your plays.
Yeah, that crit on that mage hit at the right time. Make that fucking con save stupid high.
Yeah.
Yeah, my only thing is I was like, I didn't feel like I did anything. But my first round got anti-magic field. The second round was the slow that didn't work. And then after that, I was just trying to stay alive.
I mean, dude, you did what you could.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know he had the anti-magic field, so.
I resisted 3
Well-
times, killed Tegan. I mean, that's pretty
Yeah.
much all I did the entire fucking fight.
But when you're faced with if you're a direct melee character without flight and outreach, this fight is pretty much impossible. And then if you're a magic user, fight is pretty much impossible because you're unable to launch your spells. Then you're getting counterspelled. If you're a flat melee and you don't have the aura stuff, then you're getting dominated. You're getting thrown around. In terms of characters, Thanos is the perfect for the fight because they're getting the range. They have the range there. They can do good damage really quickly without casting becoming too overwhelming.
And the ranger just has all the saves against a fucking beholder. Or nine
Yeah, the wisdom saves, dexterity saves, constitution
Mhm.
saves, 3 types there. 4,650 experience each, put you at 57,714 total.
That's pretty close on that 5K.
I was a little off.
Yeah,
So-
just a bad.
All right, if you're watching the stream, thanks so much. Really appreciate it for the intense combat that we had, and then the kind of conversations at the end, trying to figure out what we're going to do, and the now, topsy-turvy effect that has transpired. And it seems as though we've kind of came to a conclusion that we're going to teleport into Kulurez compound directly where Kulurez is at to kind of get some information and talk with them, see if we can't get the coin out of the city, and then from there, Marshes, right, somehow is on the agenda. So. Hopefully you join us next week, Saturdays at 11 a.m., and we'll see what happens next. So thanks so much. Appreciate it. Bye.
Bye.
Bye.